organization of academia or professional work. So I will present these two perspectives, and then I will sort of problematize the academia. And rather than providing solutions, I will present a couple of problems which I believe we can all think about as we move forward in academia. So when we think about academic activities, what we do is actually we try to find a position among others, among academics, or specifically, what we try to do is we try to make utterances, academic utterances, scholarly utterances about the world, and we sort of project that to a group of people. So academic activities is what can be called a projected uptake. We post things, we publish things for others to look at, and the others may look at our content and they will develop their work based on what we said. So at the same time, we draw on other people's work, other people's utterances. We do not really invent things by ourselves. What we say when we conduct research are statements that make claims about an ongoing academic discourse. So if you take a paper, for example, what we do is we make a projection, we say something about the world, which others can talk about. And also when we say that, we draw on others. We take work from others and we engage in a conversation with what others have said. So within this context, we position ourselves within previous work that has been done. So when we take on others' work, when we draw on other people's work, what we do is we take up other people's content, which can be called uptake, which is a concept introduced by Dan Suthers and a couple of other colleagues about a decade ago. The notion of projected uptake was introduced by myself and Dan Suthers a few years ago. So the main point is that academic work, utterances, or even social media posts are projected uptake, acts of projected uptake in which we present something to the world, say something about the world, and others can take it up. In the same way, previous scholars have said things about the world and we take up their utterances. So from this very general perspective, academic work is nothing but a universe of uptake. We take up each other's work and we position ourselves among a group of scholars who talk about a particular issue. So as those who study advanced degrees, as those who conduct advanced research, your goal should be to position yourselves within a group of scholars who talk about a particular issue. In other words, you need to engage in an active dialogue with others. So if I sort of extend this perspective a bit further, we do not really limit ourselves to academic communities. We do not just keep citing each other. There are institutional crossovers. So if you think about this particular region here as a scholarly community, there could be other communities or institutions that take up the work we do. For example, public policy. The government as an institution draw on the work done by researchers to inform their work. There could be educational institutions that draw on the work that we do to improve curriculum and also academic practices, etc. There could be other institutions, sports or religion, charity organizations, different institutions that draw on the work done by academics. So these are institutional crossovers. The ideal academic, this is a utopian view. The ideal academic is someone who positions their work within these multiple layers of uptake. So it's a complicated picture. However, I would argue that this is an overly simplistic picture. So rather than positioning ourselves as members of academic communities, we should be thinking about the ways in which technology influences the way in which we position ourselves among scholarly communities. So the question that I want to ask today is, what can media-centered or socio-technical perspectives offer? So next I'm going to talk about what I called mediatized perspective, as opposed to this generic perspective. So the mediatization, if you're not familiar with the concept, especially because you're coming from business and management studies, mediatization is a concept which is quite popular in media studies, especially within the context of UK and the Europe. The idea is that eventually different domains of society assume media form. If you take the notion of play, for example, enjoyment, play, previously children played using offline toys, different toys, but increasingly play is getting mediatized because digital technologies enter the realm of play. If you think about politics, politics is becoming mediatized because those who engage in politics increasingly become dependent on media, specific media technologies to conduct political activities. The recent Cambridge Analytica incident is one of the best examples of how things get complicated when politics take place through social network sites. So the general idea is that mediatization is a process in which different elements of society and culture become media activity. So from this perspective, when we do politics, what we basically do is we engage with media. We increasingly depend on media to do politics. So the same concept can be applied to academia. So the question I'm asking is, what are the ways in which academic practices assume media form? In other words, how do we begin to depend increasingly on technology, in particular the internet? So another question we can ask is, how does the mediatization of academic practice affect fundamental values associated with scholarship? How does the dependence of technology affect the way we do academic work? So these are two questions I believe that you should be thinking about when you establish yourselves as scholars. So a related concept, a concept within the broad umbrella of mediatization is platformization. So platformization is the idea that increasingly different types of platforms will enter or permeate lives. Electricity, education, politics, sports, there are many different domains of society. Platforms will increasingly permeate all those different aspects or realms of our lives. So based on that, we could argue that increasingly platforms play an important role in academic life. So there are many different systems that we depend on at the moment. For example, publication or manuscript submission systems like Manuscript Central, institutional repositories that are quite common in the UK universities like Pure Repository System UK, social network sites that are particularly designed for academics like ORCID, ResearchGate, Publon, academia.edu, general ID systems, profile systems like Google Scholar, and also paper or funding application submission systems. An example is UK Research Council-based submission systems, databases like Sage, JSTOR, and Emerald, mailing lists. For example, Association of Internet Researchers has a quite popular email list, recruitment platforms, and also institutional performance review systems. This is a very short list of platforms that we depend on when we do academic activities. The list is quite long. So the main point that I'm trying to make here is that when we start thinking about academic work from a socio-technical perspective, in other words, a perspective that thinks about the ways in which technologies restructure academic activity, we need to see that we increasingly depend on many different technologies that function on the main foundation of the internet. So in other words, this is a platformized academia. From a broad perspective, this is a mediatized academia. So within this context, what we can see is academic work, academic life is increasingly metrified. What I mean by this is that digital platforms, all those platforms that I mentioned before, provide analytical traces, digital traces. For example, every time you publish something, Google crawlers can find you. Every time you publish something, crawlers used by ResearchGate or ORCID can find you. When you review a paper for a journal, and if that's using Manuscript Central, the submission system will ask whether you need Pablo's credit for the paper you reviewed. So increasingly, those systems generate data. In other words, your academic life, your academic behavior can be analyzed from a numeric perspective. So within this context, if we go back to the concept of uptake that I mentioned before, academic activity is not just about us taking up other people's work and other people taking up what we do. It's not just about interaction among academic members. It's not the case. It's interaction among academics. And if this is you, there are platforms, different elements within platforms like bots and algorithms, and also many other non-human elements, systems interacting with human beings. So basically what we do is when we take up on other people's work, we do that through a system. When other people find us, they find us through systems most of the time. Therefore, our interactions among members of academia are mediated by platforms. So that leaves traces, digital traces, which can be analyzed and used to make decisions about you. So within this context, we observe the emergence of a number of metrics that people use to assess how good you are as an academic. For example, the number of citations you see on Google Scholar, the number of views for your papers, and the number of downloads on Sage or Emerald or Routledge. The number of retweets when you tweet about your paper, how many times do people retweet or share your post? Profile scores like H-index, the ResearchGate score, Pablo score. Those are metrics that we can use to show how good we are. This is highly problematic because I would argue that these can be vanity metrics. Richard Rogers, one of the academics from University of Amsterdam, talks about crude metrics like page counts or the number of likes or number of downloads as limited measures to show how successful you are. These are not good metrics. So if we begin to depend on these metrics, for example, the number of citations you have on your Google, it does not really tell you how you position as a scholar, how you draw on other people's work. So my suggestion is that we should be thinking about whether we over-depend on these metrics. And we need to make sure that we do not unnecessarily depend on these metrics to determine how good we are as members of academia. So in other words, we should be thinking about our positionality or the positionality of our claims within academia rather than how digital systems capture our work and quantify our work. So another aspect related to this is when we project our work. I mentioned projection before. When we project our work, in other words, for example, when we publish our work, we do not necessarily target or project that to an academic community anymore. We target broader audiences now. So projection targets expand rather than, in addition to projecting our work to academic communities. Now, increasingly, scholars talk to their fans on social network sites like Facebook and Twitter, and even Instagram. They talk to their followers. So increasingly, the academics become sort of celebrities on social network sites, which is slightly problematic because it may sort of derail the work that we do, and we may become influencers rather than academic. So within this context, the problem is that the performance overpowers scholarship. We begin to perform ourselves on social network sites, on different systems, rather than handling a particular domain of society from an intellectual perspective. So the challenge is, how can we balance these two? How do we perform on social network sites at the same time, making sure that we are claiming, making claims related to the world within a scholarly community, so that different types of institutional takeover that I mentioned can take place. So the threat or the risk here is that performance can overpower scholarship, digital performance can overpower scholarship, and media engagement can become the primary mode of scholarly function. In other words, the profession can become highly mediatized, if we go back to the concept that I mentioned before. So that's the main point that I want to take within this limited time I have. So I want to leave you with a specific question. Which academic values do we need within the context of mediatized scholarship? When we position ourselves not only among academic communities, but also within digital systems, what kind of values do we need to find? What kind of norms should we create for ourselves? And what are the best practices through which we can establish ourselves in the academia? I know as you work on your PhD projects, this is a question that's going to come up. And as you move forward and establish yourselves as colleagues, respected academics in the field, this is something you will have to encounter. So I'm going to leave you with this question, and I encourage you to keep talking about this and to engage in a dialogue related to this. So that's the main idea I want to discuss today within the limited time I had. And to conclude, congratulations to the Open University of Sri Lanka team who put together this amazing conference. A job very well done. Thanks very much. I will stop sharing my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the most impressive speech. To start off the proceedings of the session, let me introduce our distinguished session chairs, Professor Sampika Linagamage, Dr. Chamin Ratnayaka, and Dr. C.W. Senaratna. So we are very grateful to you for taking your time and joining us today. Now, let me introduce the panel chair, Professor Sampika Linagamage, to you. Professor Champika Niragamke is a respected academic who currently serves as a professor in Department of Accounting and Finance from Faculty of Management Studies. She is a dedicated academic committed in teaching and research, particularly in diverse disciplines in finance, economics, and banking. Professor Champika obtained her PhD in Banking and Finance from University of Colloquium, and she holds an MBA in Finance at the same university, Bachelor of Management degree from University of Sri Jagadpura. Her research output to date include 450 articles and publications from national and international journals and academic conferences. Next, let me introduce Dr. Chamin Ratnayaka to you. Dr. Chamin Ratnayaka is a lecturer and research taking interdisciplinary approach to new media platforms. And also, he's the winner of the Francis David Award for the Excellence in Teaching. Dr. Tamil obtained his PhD in Communication Information Sciences from University of Hawaii at USA, and he holds an MBA in Public Administration at the same university. Bachelor of Management Study program from University of Rome. And also his research interest areas are computational and social sciences, social network analysis, and natural language. Next, let me introduce Dr. C.W. Senaratne to you. Dr. C.W. Senaratne is a lecturer in Department of Marketing and Finance from Faculty of Management Studies. Dr. Senaratne obtained her PhD in Industrial Economics from School of Economics of Wuhan University of Technology, and he holds MBA in Finance from University of Colombo and the Bachelor's degree of Management Studies from University of Sri Jayawardhanapura. Dr. Senaratne have demonstrated best performance in the university at the best high-ranked journal papers. And also, he was actively engaged in academic activities in Institute of Chartered Accountants Sri Lanka as a marking and moderating examiner. May I now very respectfully call upon the panel chair, Professor Champikaryanagamuge, Dr. Chamik Ratnakar, and Dr. C.W. Senaratne to take over the session here on. And also wish all the presenters best of luck.
Thank you, Dinesh. Very good afternoon to everybody. Today, I warmly welcome all of you to the Doctoral Colloquium of ICOME 2022. Today, we have 7 scheduled presentations in this session. Let me brief the flow of our session today. First, the pre-recorded video of the presentation will be played within 10 minutes. And after that, there will be a discussion session. Especially, we have 2 assigned expert reviewers for each research paper, each presentation. So after the video presentation, the expert panelist will commenting on your presentation. And after that, if time permits, we can go for another discussion session. So the time allocated for each presentation is 20 minutes. So we'll try our best to manage our time since we have to hand over the session to the next session. So I would like to invite Dr. Senaratne to start with the first presentation. Since everything is online, I know that these days we are facing a very big problem in our country. So, Dr. Shamil, are you ready?
Yes. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are going to start the presentation session. Let me use the first person of our Colloquium. This is Leila from the Department. Ladies and gentlemen, come to the presentation session. Now we're going to start the presentation session.
I think Dr. Chamis, that's a small technical issue. So since the time is passing, can I start introduce the first presenter? Yes. Let me introduce the first presenter in this session. The first presentation is on open innovation and knowledge creation from a theoretical perspective. The presenter is M. Dilrukshi, Faculty of Graduate Studies, University of California. So we will first play the video recording, and after that, we would like to go to the discussion session. So we listen to the video first.
Good morning, fall. I'm MGM Dilrukshi, and my research topic is open innovation and knowledge creation from a theoretical perspective. First, introduction. Actually, open innovation about knowledge flows. It mainly concerns on how to do innovations in a collaborative manner. Open innovation theory basically assumes external knowledge can gain and exploit smoothly by firms. But this is not true. It means if firms need to enhance their innovation performance from external knowledge, firms need to develop their internal knowledge creation mechanism to enhance sustainable competitive advantages. At the same time, though open innovation theory assumes external knowledge enhance its internal innovation, it does not explain how firms can develop internal innovation through external collaborations. Not only that, firms cannot improve firm innovation performance automatically. As well, external knowledge is not enough to increase innovation performance without strong internal capabilities. But this is not explained by the underpinning theory of open innovation. Nevertheless, many studies highlighted open innovation influence to gain short-term benefits but not for long-term benefits like sustainable competitive advantages. When concerned on previous studies, many studies have investigated direct effect between open innovation and innovation performance, avoiding the internal mechanism of such an effect can be occurred. Therefore, this study suggests the necessity of internal knowledge creation mechanism to gain sustainable competitive advantages from open innovation initiatives. Now, it is clear that external knowledge cannot convert without internal knowledge creation mechanism. So, firms need to develop knowledge creation process by using human resource to SCCI model. Then, literature review. Here, I'm going to discuss on the key concepts of open innovation and knowledge creation. All you know that at the end of the 20th century, closed innovation model disrupted and firms moved to the open innovation model. In the open innovation process, firms combine both internal and external knowledge to accelerate innovation process and expand market opportunities for their external use of innovation. As well, many studies validate the open innovation based on inbound, outbound, and coupled innovation. Then, knowledge creation. Knowledge creation is the starting point of both knowledge management and innovation. As well, many studies investigated the knowledge creation based on socialization, externalization, combination, and internalization. Next, let's move to the hypothesis. First, open innovation and socialization. Socialization is the process of converting tacit knowledge into new tacit knowledge through mental practices and knowledge sharing. By getting knowledge from external partners, employees can share their own experience, skills, and good practices with their co-workers. It enhances problem-solving capability and speed, avoiding mistakes. Knowledge sharing with external partners develop critical thinking, creative thinking, and core competencies among workers. Senior members can provide constructive feedbacks for their junior members to develop their mental models. This evidence shows that how open innovation helps to create knowledge through socialization. Accordingly, we can argue that open innovation influences to the knowledge creation through socialization. Second, externalization. Externalization is the process of converting tacit knowledge into new explicit knowledge through organizational memory and team reflexivity. External parties enhance organizational memory by leading to take right decisions at right time. When firms deal with external parties, firms can increase their organizational memory through formation of experience, collecting good practices, producing annual reports, and written documents. Further, open innovation helps to revise goals, methods, practices, and environment through dialogue, discussion on experience, maps, and symbols. Especially, learning through team reflexivity enhance internalization capability. This evidence shows that open innovation helps to create new knowledge through externalization. Accordingly, we can argue that open innovation influences to the knowledge creation through externalization. Third, combination. Combination is the process of converting explicit knowledge to more complex explicit knowledge through organizational communication and technology support. Organizational communication is essential to gain benefits from external partners by reducing the gap, uncertainty, risk, complexity, and conflicts of oversearching. As well, it helps to increase mutual understanding, deep interactions, and flexibility. Technology support to connect knowledge management system and tools to gain benefit from external partners. As well, it support to systemize, improve, and exchange knowledge between firms, and it enhance competencies. Technology support helps to knowledge distribution power, trust, and update organizational members. This evidence shows that how open innovation helps to create new knowledge through combination. Accordingly, we can argue that open innovation influences to the knowledge creation through combination. Next, internalization. Internalization converts explicit knowledge to new tacit knowledge through learning, training, and human resource development. Open innovation influences to the learning process. It enhances values, mutual understanding, ability to identify errors and correct them quickly. Training developmental models and professional know-how and human resource development validate extra role behaviors of employees. This evidence shows that how open innovation helps to create new knowledge through internalization. Accordingly, we can argue that open innovation influences the knowledge creation through internalization. Next, conclusion. Based on the above arguments, we can conclude that open innovation theory meets the internal knowledge creation mechanism process. Hence, this study developed integrated model linking open innovation and knowledge creation theory through SCCI model to fill the gap in the literature. Future studies can be tested this model empirically by expanding the open innovation literature. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Now is the time to give the reviewers an option to comment on your paper. We have got two experts from the field, actually one from Bangladesh. And now I would like to read out the comments of Professor Mohammed Zaman from the School of Business Economics of United International University of Bangladesh. And also there will be another reviewer's comment from Professor M. Rasi from the Department of Commerce and Financial Management of the Faculty of Commerce and Management Studies of the University of Canada. So I will give brief comments that they have put forward on your presentation and on your paper. Professor Kamam Suman highlights the fact that your motivation of your study should be emphasized as a contribution, and also your criticism should be a critical relief relevant for the study. And also he highlights the fact that you have not highlighted the limitation of your study. They have not been clearly addressed. In addition to your those comments, we have comments from Professor Rasi. He highlights the fact that you have not clearly identified the theoretical gap in your introduction and literature survey from the literature survey, and also he suggests to formulate the research hypothesis clearly, and in addition to that, you must specify the research design. The design of your study, including data collection, specifying the population and data collection methods, and also the sample and the scope of your research. So those are the two comments from two professors, experts in the field. And now I'd like to invite the participants to put forward their comments if they have any comments on this paper and the presentation. Any comments from the participants? Welcome the comments. That will also benefit the presenter. Okay, now I would like to hand off the session to Dr. Chandran Ratnayakar to share the next presentation. Thank you very much.
Hello, thanks very much, Shamil. So it's my great.
Identifying the personality traits and their impact on career decisions as efficacy and the career satisfaction. A study on the senior bank employees of Sri Lanka.
Yes, Dr. Shamil Ratnakar, you can present.
Yes. Oh, thanks very much. Thanks very much, Professor Gamage. It's my great pleasure to introduce the next paper, which is entitled Identifying the Dominant Personalities and Their Impact on Career Decision, Self-Efficacy and Career Satisfaction. It's a study among senior bank employees of Sri Lanka. The presentation will be done by WMD Soisa from Faculty of Management Studies, the Open University of Sri Lanka. Thanks very much. Handing over to you, Soisa, for the presentation. Hello? Yeah, you can go ahead with the presentation.
Hello, welcome to the presentation of identifying the personality traits and their impact on career decision self-efficacy and the career satisfaction. A study on the senior bank employees of Sri Lanka. Presentation outline, introduction background of the study. Today's economy relies heavily on the value created by organization, and organizations need satisfied and committed employees to generate the value. And all employees also expect satisfaction in their career. Employee career satisfaction is one of the predictor of organizational commitment, performance and turnover intention. And the sound and acceptable recruitment and selection strategies have a significant impact on overall performance of its employees, thus organizational value creation and employee satisfaction. There is a significant positive correlation with higher and career success satisfaction with the ability of selecting the right career path. Employees who make right career decision have a better career commitment, performance and career life satisfaction. And employee productivity setbacks, that is poor quality customer engagements, high internal intentions and integrity failures have a negative impact on corporate images as well as the self-satisfaction on their own career. And these workplace burnouts increases emotional exhaustion of employees and affects the personal and institutional accomplishments and the country's economy as well. In the outset, all this literature pointed towards the unresolved problem for many decades. That is, the selection of the right employee to right position at right time from the organizational point of view, and the finding the most suitable career path from the point of employment seeking. The reason behind this ideal congruence confliction in organizational setting is the hiring the whole psychophysiological system of a person. That is not only the hard skills, that is qualifications or experience, but the entire physical and psychological status of the person, with the principle and value system stemming out of their own dominant personalities, which determines their soft skills and make a person unique. Why bankers for this study? They are the managers of the economic well-being of a country. And they are under the stringent regulated controls of legislator, Central Bank of Sri Lanka, Monetary Board, and the relentless demand of the customers and its all stakeholders. And in a high risk-taking, stressful work environment, essentially capitalize on seemingly high personal and career commitment required from the employees. Not only that, the hierarchical organizational structure and the large workforce limits the promotional and career ascendancy of these employees, especially in the private sector. That is indicated in this chart. Why Western Province? That is out of 47, out of 30,000, 47% of 14,000 employees are in the West Station in the Western Province. Why the broad category of senior employees above 30? The employees at the age of 30 would have had made their career decision at least 10 years ago. To be picked out of a pool of candidates in a working environment of limited career ascendancy opportunities is the attitude displays, ability of adapting, ability of self-persuasion, self-determination of achievement, natural inclination to be in spotlight matters. All these are the dominant factors of dominant personality. From the bank's point of view, it is the employee integrity, job commitment, pro-social behavior, and interrelational aspects and ethical behaviors. All will determine the ultimate corporate goal achievement of these banks. The profitability and the survival of banks directly depend on the competency and caliber of its workforce. Did a preliminary survey to identify the extent of application of widely used, well-tested personality measurement indexes and theories in the recruitment and selection processes in human capital departments of these large banks and the employees at the time of selection their career. Importance of PMI. The personality trait perspectives are not easily thought or developed as there are personal traits and therefore difficult to change. Alhendi et al. In 2019 specified researchers should find an optimal dynamic model which should reflect the personality of the candidates, and aid the recruitment process. Most commonly tested personality models theories in the organization settings are: the openness is the intellect in imagination of a person. Conscientiousness is the care that take in life. Extroversion, introversion is the sociability. Agreeableness is how you get on with the other people. Emotional stability is neuroticism. And the new 5-factor model of Costa Macchia, that is big 5 factors are conscientiousness, agreeableness, and neuroticism, openness, and extroversion, divided into 10 subsets, and that is again divided into 31 subsets. The research problem. According to the available literature and workplace critics, in general, every employee's performance outcomes are not at optimum levels, even with the required qualification and experiences, and they lack career satisfaction as well, simply due to the fact of ignorance of employing the entire psychophysiological system of a person, which is the factor of their own dominant personality traits, and not having a proper understanding of their own career preferences, perspectives, depending on their personality. The contributory factor for this is the gap in the integration of the literature of personality theories and concepts with the organizational and societal setting. Main objective of the study: to explore the dominant personality traits conferring to Sri Lankan organizational and cultural settings, validated in the banking sector of Sri Lanka, and analyze their impact on career decision self-efficacy. Specific objectives: identify personality traits which are theoretically and practically important in explaining career decision self-efficacy and career satisfaction among senior bank employees of Sri Lanka, to develop and propose a novel personality measurement index validated for the organizational and cultural context of banking sector of Sri Lanka, to identify the impact of the level of dominant personalities, career decision self-efficacy among senior bank employees in Sri Lanka, identify the impact of level of dominant personalities and career satisfaction among senior bank employees of Sri Lanka. Conceptual framework were built upon that. The relationship between level of dominant personality traits and career satisfaction is mediated by the career decision self-efficacy of employees, and the gender moderates the relationship between level of dominant personalities and career satisfaction, level of dominant personalities and career decision self-efficacy. Literature review, definitions of variables and the relationships. Career satisfaction is the actual or perceived accomplishment and successes an individual will amaze over the results of work or career throughout his or her life, and add value and give identity to one's life. Career decision self-efficacy is a choice, an individual's confidence of selecting profession out of numerous available career fields, and to pursue in that selected choice of preference and managing all the challenges embedded in that choice. Career decision self-efficacy, short form CDSCSF. This is constructed based on the self-efficacy theory of triadic model, that's cognitive, affective, and biological influence of Bandura, and the criteria is career maturity, individual's degree of profession of 5 career choice competencies and career choice attitudes. Mediation effect of career decision self-efficacy on the relationship between career satisfaction and personality. CDSC literature is the most theoretically research construct in organizational setting, predicting career-related effectiveness. They identifying the mediation effect with higher career commitment, lower absenteeism, lower turnover intentions. CDSC mediates competency and perceptual beliefs on setting personal career strategies. Effect of gender. Gender displays significant variation, differentiations among attitudes, behavior, life understanding, cognition, satisfaction in pay, promotions, career ascendancy, supervision among employees. relationships among study variables, employees' productivity. Hypothesis of the study: level of dominant personalities of a bank employee positively impact on their career satisfaction. Dominant personalities of a bank employee positively impact their career decision self-efficacy. Career decision self-efficacy and bank employee positively impact on the career satisfaction. Methodology of the study: sample from the bank employees who are more than 30 years of age in both gender. Sample size is 375. Sampling method: cluster random sampling of probability sampling, that is cluster cases. Contribution: introduction: introduce a new personality measurement index validated for Sri Lankan organizational and cultural context to fill the gap in the literature of personality assessment measurement indexes in recruitment and selection in the context of organizational settings and career development training in Sri Lanka. To fill the literature gap in identifying the dominant personality traits and their impact on career decision self-efficacy and career satisfaction among senior bank employees in Sri Lanka, and to be assistive in future research studies in this subjective arena. Opening a dialogue on the personality-based institutional staffing, recruitment, selection practices and career guidance. More. Thank you.
Thanks very much for the presentation. That's a quite detailed presentation. Thank you very much for that. Do we have the reviewer in the audience? May I invite the reviewer to provide comments? Well, it looks like the reviewer is not in the Zoom call today. So in this case, I'm going to read out some of the comments provided by reviewers. Let me open the document. So the reviewers have provided quite nice detailed comments on your paper, the study that you're planning to do. So I will read out some of the specific comments, which I think are the most important points. First of all, the research background and significance. The reviewers highlight that there should be more thinking in terms of how significant this study could be. So more attention to relevance of the study, significance of the study, and more work engaging with previous work and highlighting why your study is important. And then the research questions and objective. This is another major point made by the reviewers. The reviewers mentioned that there are too many research questions and objectives in the proposal, and that 3-4 research questions might be more than enough, which I strongly agree. I think 3 or 4 objectives maximum would be quite useful. So the researchers, the reviewers highlight 3 interesting research questions. The first one is, do dominant personality traits influence career satisfaction? That's number 1. Does career decision mediate the influence of the dominant personality traits on career satisfaction? That's number 2. Does gender reflect any moderation effect using MGA? So these 3 research questions and or related objectives are the ones highlighted by reviewers as being interesting. So the reviewers suggest more reading, more citing literature, especially literature studies published recently, and engage with current work. The reviewers also suggest collect primary data using several personality types, and also they suggest using PLS, AMOS, or SPSS with process macros for analysis purposes. In general, the reviewers also suggest that you pay attention to citation and make sure that there are no language or grammar issues in the proposal. So these are all the comments given by the reviewer to you, which I think is quite useful. So I would consider using this feedback to improve the idea, improve the proposal, and conduct your study. Well done. Thanks again for the presentation. And I wish you all the best with your PhD and this research study as you go on and publish this work. Thanks very much. The next presenter will be introduced by Professor Champika Lenagamage. Professor Champika, over to you. Thanks very much.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Sharma Jaharatne. Am I audible to you? Yes, right. Okay, let me introduce the next presenter. He's W.D.I. Pereira, a student, a PhD candidate from the University of Moratuwa. He will be representing on towards a model of humanized marketing to promote sustainable consumption. So during the last decade, we were talking about the companies were more focused on customized marketing, right? Now this presentation is on humanized marketing. First, we'll watch the video presentation and come back to the discussion.
ICOME towards a model of humanized marketing branding approach for sustainable consumption is the topic that I have chosen today to present. My name is Denzel Indrajit Pereira, and let me thank the organizing committee at the outset for giving me this opportunity to present my case today. Marketing and branding has always been blamed for promoting consumption, promoting needs, promoting wants, and in this context, why organizations are involved in this, why organizations engage in this is because success to organization is how much wealth they create for the requirements of maybe few. And success for a country is how much of GDP increase that they have achieved in a given year. Therefore, success for the whole world is how much of increased consumption that the world has been able to embark on in each year. Now, this is the backdrop in which we talk of or which we blame marketing for creating needs and wants. So, promoting sustainable consumption is required at this point of time is because triple bottom line, sustainability, sustainable production, etc. have been just buzzwords which has no meanings. So, we need to have a point where we come to agreement, okay, controlling, curtailing production is not going to allow us to find solutions for this existing problem. So it's clear that bringing about this change or the process or the requirements into the field of marketing and branding is going to create a paradigm shift. David Darker has broadly defined consumerism as an organized expression of improved quality of life. What it says is that consumerism is needed for a good quality life. In other words, we are focusing on consumption to have a good life. So you can see people consume to make them happy. They want to be happy so that they consume. Now, when it comes to literature, when you look at marketing, I compared the definitions of CIM, American Association of Marketing, etc. with SLIM. So it's only SLIM which takes marketing as a philosophy, not as a function. Now, here we talk about sustainability, we talk about a sustainable exchange process. Now, when it comes to consumerism, we say that it's bad, some people say it's good. And then we say, Kotler's Marketing 4.0, he says that organizations should be good and organizations should be ethical. And also he says that marketing approach has to be more humanized to the point that he says that marketers and brands should stay close to the hearts of the consumers. But this shift is a good shift. But the problem is that what he's trying to do is to get closer to the consumer just to say that, okay, we understand you better so that we promote more and more products, services to you. In other words, we are basically going to the square one again. We always try to show a way, or we try to create a way to promote more consumption. So in this aspect, identifying this problem, I divide this whole thing into three sections. First is the production. Wealth accumulation, need for individual achievements, exploitation of capitalism, all these things are there, and basically resource depletion to pollution to and market growth, of course, is a part of production. Then comes to consumption. Ability to buy, wanting to buy, coming together gives you happiness. And then you have, in the end, value creation. So why are we doing production consumption is because we want to create value. I mean, we measure the success of the world by this value that we create. So value creation, in the end, what we want to achieve is satisfaction. We want to achieve satisfaction. Happiness of the consumers depend on consumption. Happiness of the organizations depend on how far they can sell this to the consumers. So increased consumption and increased production are correlated in this case. Therefore, the challenge is that we want to be sustainable, we want to promote sustainable production processes, we want to build sustainable brands, etc. But we are actually in a paradox. What is the paradox? We want to promote sustainability, at the same time we want to promote consumption, which basically indirectly promotes production. And then what happens? We are just paying lip service to this issue. The challenge is to achieve sustainability through reduced consumption. That's where I propose a model for sustainable consumption, where I have taken 3 circles. In one of the circles, I talk of body, as in the physical needs, what physically people want to buy, consume to satisfy. Then we have the mind, the emotional needs, mental needs, the love, care, affection, you have, the list goes on. Then you have the soul. That's where basically we say, okay, we believe in ethics, we believe in integrity, we believe in next birth, we believe in heavens, etc. So I would connect the two, mind and soul, and I come to number 5, where it says religious consumption. That kind of consumption patterns are only possible if you are a clergy or a monk, if you are not living in this system or society. Then I connect body and soul, and I say I consider it as peaceful consumption. Peaceful consumption means that as you believe in karma, as you believe in maybe next birth, as you believe in the fact that if you do something wrong, you get it back, you try to see as you consume what will happen. For example, a very simple example, vegans. This is not just been about mindful about what they eat and drink and consume, and it's also about thinking of other creatures, which is a very good way of consuming things. Then you come to body and mind collaboration. Number 4, there you see mindful consumption. You consume, of course, you know that you need to take certain things in for you to maintain your system, but you are mindful about it. You know what exactly you are consuming, and the combination is really good as well. So, out of all these, the fine point among the 3 is what I say number 7, which we say perfect or sustainable consumption. So as you are consuming to satisfy your physical needs, mental needs, or your spiritual needs, and when you see a correlation, when you see a connection, when you see that these things are in harmony, the effect that you would make in the process of consumption would be very minimal. You would really not be harming, you would really not be in a pain to anyone, you will not be a burden to anyone. After looking at consumption, which is basically going to be promoted towards consumers, let me also look at what marketers can do in this process other than promoting mindful consumption or peaceful consumption or perfect consumption. They can also look at 4 things. In my model, I propose 4 things. First is promote competition. You are competing while cooperating. What I'm saying is promote competition, live in harmony. For example, in the recent past, I could see some of the fast food chains. They all said that it doesn't matter from where you buy fast food. As long as you buy fast food at this point of time, it keeps our staff going. So that's a very simple example, but it has a huge meaning to it. And then set consumption standards. Instead of promoting, asking people to buy more, consume more, you can tell them, look, this is how much you should consume for optimum life, for optimum lifestyle. And also promote mindful consumption. Instead of begging people, now marketers are blamed for begging people, beg, buy this, buy our one, this is the best. Instead of that, if you can tell them the facts and figures for them to be mindful of what they buy, and if you can promote being aware of their needs, being mindful about their needs, that will change, that will make a huge difference. And also promote frugality. Of course, you can pay lavishly. If you have earned, if you have money, you can pay lavishly, but at what cost? Where did you get that money from? You would have earned it at the cost of depleting resources of the planet Earth. Those are the things that I propose. Coming into the conclusion of all these, I started this journey of writing this, working on this topic way before the pandemic, last year. So I could see that when I started working on it, this topic is more relevant than ever before, because today people are deprived of consuming. You can see people are getting depressed, people are committing suicide, people can't cope up with this pressure. So this is the best time for us to talk about right consumption patterns, which would not depend on consumption. So your happiness is independent of consumption. Your happiness is not depending on consumption for you to be happy. I'm not saying you should not consume for you to continue your lifestyle. Of course you have to. But by being deprived of that does not mean that you're going to collapse. If we can take this U-turn and if we can set these standards, we are going to be the generation that is going to make this difference, that is going to start this journey. So this article is all about taking this message to the world and promoting this sustainable, perfect consumption patterns so that the world can still consume a little lesser than what they used to do, but at the same time they will be happy, or they'll be even happier that they have realized that consumption is not just about physical consumption of things. It has a lot to do with your soul and your heart or your mind. Thank you very much.
It's a very nice, interesting presentation. As you very correctly said, choosing right consumption pattern may be the current requirement, right? Because now we are living in the environment, our economy is in a disaster. So choosing right consumption pattern is very important and very relevant to these days. So we'd like to invite the author, W.D.I. Pereira, to join the discussion. Let me introduce and invite the two expert reviewers of your paper, Dr. Tan Nguyen, Foreign Languages and Informatics. Dr. Nguyen, I think you are here with us today.
Hi.
Hi, so with you. Dr.
Hi,
Nguyen.
Bueno.
Yes.
Okay, so let me introduce about myself. My name is Tan from Ho Chi Minh City University of Foreign Languages Information Technology from Vietnam. And it's my pleasure to be the reviewer of the paper I have just seen on the slide. So here I would like to give some comments in order to improve the paper. So I hope that these comments will help you improve the paper and to increase the chance of getting published in the future. So what I write here now, I want to share. So this paper address a very attentive topic that is proposing some model of humanized marketing to promote sustainable consumption. I believe that the paper is interesting and it can be improved in terms of the quality and the contribution. So I would like to summarize some concerns below. First, about the originality. So while the topic is about promoting sustainable consumption via humanized marketing is not totally new, the Sri Lankan context in the new normal under investigations is very promising. Specifically, the author argued for the novelties of this research by bringing mind, body, soul-based, more holistic approach for consumption in deriving happiness. So I am very interested in the future study that you will conduct an empirical study to test the validities of the model based on this conceptual paper. And I'm very confident that the result will be very interesting. Okay, so thank you for a very promising topic. If possible, I would suggest that the paper should stress on the literature gap and highlight the contribution in the introduction section. So what I review here is based on the structure of a standard conceptual paper that normally I am a regular reviewer of some of the tier of the ranking A or in the SSCI index paper that I have got some experience to share with you about the structure. So let me share with you some of the information about the structure. About the structure, so what I write here is the paper present quite a number of concepts and argument that may show very deep understanding of the authors about the concerned topic. However, it is essential to outline a clear structure of the standard paper. In this specific context, that is conceptual paper. So while reading the manuscript, I recognize that there are four main sections, right? Introduction, literature review, proposed solution, through branding, and marketing, and the conclusion. All right. But here it could be better if you can properly number and subdivide it. Additionally, the subsection in each main sections is not well clearly structured. That sometimes it will cause the readers to get confused about the connection between the ideas. All right. So that is about the structure, about relationships to literature. So the authors elaborate the key concepts, for example, marketing, branding, and branding equity. So I found that very detailed description, but it is better if you write a real paper in the future. You can shorten and summarize how the concept is understood in the context of your paper. So because you know, the paper will have a word limit. So sometimes we really want to describe our opinion or our description, but then due to the word count, then we cannot do that. So you can reconsider about that point. Moreover, the author should link the Sri Lankan context to develop argument about the relationship between the sustainable marketing and consumption. So if the focus of the paper is to highlight the proposal of the model in line with the local context. So here I see that the Sri Lankan context is very interesting, right? So you can focus on this context by highlighting what you argue with the real context of Sri Lanka. Okay, so I will be very confident that different characteristics of the consumers and the market may thrive in this market. Okay, so I also would like to provide a good suggestion for you. That is the detailed discussion of the factor is figure 2 and figure 3 provided in the paper. So it is good that there is a need to briefly discuss the figure of the model in a separate paragraph to show relationship between the factors given the local context. Okay. So now I would like to talk about a bit about the methodologies, because this is a conceptual paper. So this is not applicable for the methodology, but then it is very good if you can add to the abstract a couple of sentences describing that this study critically reviews previous research and linked to the local context to propose the model of humanized marketing and sustainable consumption. So that we have an audience clearly understand how the authors can come up with their own model. So we will see that this is a very clear approach on how you develop the proposal. That is the methodologies. So I say despite this is not an empirical study, we haven't conducted any surveys yet. However, in order to come up with the model, you have a very detailed step of reviewing previous study of the international paper or just the, or even the Sri Lankan context. Okay. So I will not discuss the result here because it is not an empirical study. And finally, about the quality of communications. So I saw a very good effort of the author in trying to communicating the key message to the reader. But for the purpose of the better communication, you can revise the technical and grammatical errors in the manuscript. Specifically, I can say a paragraph should contain at least 3 sentences that will make is technically readable and understandable. And you can also check the in-text citation and some of the typo errors and the sentence structure. Okay, so once again, congratulations for an interesting paper.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Narayan. I think these are very, very useful comments.
Yes.
I think the author, Mr. W.D.I. Ferreira. Yes, now we have your second expert reviewer, Dr. Madhuka Udunuvara, Department of Marketing, Faculty of Management and Finance, University of Colombo. She will also commenting on your paper, so we'll listen to her comments.
Thank you, Professor Shampika. And Denzil, it's good to see your presentation. As Professor Tan said, it's a very interesting area, and I saw how passionate you are on this particular subject from the way you explained. And you have attempted to identify all the related concepts. So I think it's a very promising topic. To further improve into a PhD project, I would like to see that in your introduction particularly, you bring in quite a lot of areas related to humanized marketing, which actually I thought it would be good if you put that into a structure, how all these concepts are related, because you talk about branding, sustainability, and quite a lot of other concepts. I have written it in the document I provided. You talk about sustainable consumption, consumption and happiness, and so many things. Perhaps if you show in that introduction, this is humanized marketing, this is sustainable marketing, and how these concepts are related, and also what studies that has been done in terms of your argument and what is the gap, I think it would be much more clearer. So since the information is in your hand already, what I would like to see is you build in that argument. This is what has been done by the other scholars, and show that knowledge gap. And also, as Professor Tan highlighted, later you can bring evidence from Sri Lanka and just support for why this study would be conducted in our context. So the knowledge gap, I think establishment is something, the key that you have to do, and followed by the empirical gap. And since you are proposing this model, I think you are going to go for a qualitative study. So a bit about this methodology you are going to adopt also can be clarified in this context. So mainly what I was concerned about is clear research gap established with the support of the existing literature is something you could improve on. And also these related concepts, how each of it is connected. Perhaps you can explain that with a diagram or by bringing in the relevant literature. So that is something you could do, and also your objectives. So you have said the problem of sustainability in consumption, and that you are attempting to add to the extant literature by a new model. The new model would be the result of your study, but of course, what are these research questions you are going to address? What is the contribution you are going to make to the body of knowledge is something you can elaborate on. So working on the existing information you have, building that into an argument, and also saying, so what, of course, it's a model, you did explain that, but what gap you are going to address, I think it's good to be highlighted. So you would be able to do it with the support of your supervisor. So it looks like a very promising research. And also the other thing I wanted to know was whether you are looking at the perspective from the organizations or companies. So that clarity has to be brought in. So that's from me. And along with the other very rich feedback you got from Dr. Tan, I think you would be able to embark on a beautiful research journey. All the best to you, Denzil.
Thank you, Dr. Madhuka. I too agree with both the expert reviewers commenting on that. Highlighting your contribution is very much important. So I think those comments will be very valuable to further improve your research work in future. So thank you to the expert reviewers as well as the author for joining us with us today. So with that, I will hand over to Dr. Senaratna to introduce the next presenter. Dr. Senaratna, over to you.
Thank you, Professor Champika. Let me introduce our next presenter. Our next presenter is Mr. Shiran Valikala, the Senior Deputy Director of the Arthur C. Clarke Institute of Modern Technologies. Mr. Valikala is going to talk about innovation research collaboration in Sri Lanka, the way forward, optimize research development outcomes. So the current research. So we are going to listen to Mr. Valikala's presentation. Over to you, Mr. Valikala.
Hello everyone, I'm Shiran Valikala. My research topic is Innovation and Research Collaboration in Sri Lanka and Way Forward, Optimize Research and Development Outcome. And my supervisors are Professor V. Sivalovithasan and Professor Nalina Bestekara. Now we looked at rationale for selecting the proposed research topic. During my professional life, I was involved in technology transfer, R&D management, design and development, and manufacturing. This involvement in different stages of product life cycle exposed to challenges and difficulties lead to transform R&D outputs to marketable products. Globally, the proposed area has been well researched, but the issues are very much country specific and only a handful of studies undertaken with respect to Sri Lanka. When we looked at the percentage GDP allocated for R&D, the Sri Lankan figure is changing between 0.018 and 0.01 over the years. And this is far below the global standards. When we consider the GDP of Sri Lanka in $1 billion, it's increasing. Hence, the average government allocations for R&D is increasing. Now we looked at the patents, which were applied patents and granted patents. The two tables shows that there is no significant increase in both. When we looked at Global Innovation Index, the Sri Lanka value is in 90s. When you looked at the researchers in R&D per million and compared it with selected countries, the Sri Lankan figure is bare minimum. Now, the research problem. Why has Sri Lanka continuously struggled to establish a national system of innovation by dynamic government, university, and industry collaborations leading to technological advancement and economic growth? While some countries successfully do, these countries include who were far behind to us during our independence, and those countries are now far ahead of us. The objective of this research is to broaden limited country-specific understanding of why majority of developing countries struggle to embark onto a sustainable development trajectory because of internal and external barriers to technological innovation and innovativeness. By studying Sri Lanka's struggle, we may be able to come up with some answers for these questions. Now we'll look at the key definitions of National Innovation System. The definitions of NIS denotes the importance of interconnection within the stakeholders of the system and successful accomplishments of functionalities assigned for institutions and individual organizations. It is noted during the initial literature survey that most developing countries, NIS barely developed. When you looked at NIS subsystems, which include science and technology policy, innovation strategy, technical human resources, technical support services, mobilizing financial resources, and international cooperation. And Kyle introduced a conceptual NIS framework for developing countries consisting of system drivers, components, boundaries, and interconnection. The framework is similar to basic model of supply and demand consisting three drivers, which includes supply of technology, demand for technology, and a linking mechanism, and also the components, which includes planning, infrastructure, and resources for technological innovation. And Cole should stress the requirement of a collaborative framework for innovation and national level identifying specific stakeholder needs and stress the need for greater collaboration among the stakeholders. This dynamic NIE layer includes 6 layers, and it also identifies roles and representation of each layer. Now we'll look at the successfully exploited national innovation system models by selected NIEs. Models by 3 high-achieving countries with relatively similar geoeconomic background. First is reverse value chain model adapted by Taiwan, which is strategically involved was to start with developing process capabilities, followed by product design capabilities, and finally new product development and creation, and which is the quite opposite of the methodology adopted in the Western world. The second model is reverse product life cycle, the well-planned physical and intellectual infrastructure development. NIE layer needs to be identified in Sri Lankan concepts through identifying and analyzing the strategic goals set by stakeholders, primarily the state organizations. And the challenges exist, especially for developing countries like Sri Lanka, to reduce its own policy and framework, considering their own environment, and more importantly, not merely copying the global pace setters. And the other important factor is barely any research publication with substantial study component of NIS pertinent to Sri Lanka could not be retrieved. Well, helix components in global context. In the first diagram, it shows government, university, and industry interaction in third world. There you can see that no meaningful interactions at all within the 3 major components. Models of technology transfer from the industry and the university to commercial world. In the first model shows the university inventions goes to how the university inventions goes to commercial world and generate revenue to universities. The second model shows how the ideas can be transferred into the products and which can be transferred to the market. And these 2 models are practicing entirely different concepts. This model shows the contemporary innovation process model, combining strategic and technological integration between stakeholders within and outside. This shows how science and technology goes to the market with the interactions of the other stakeholders. And this model more is focused on private sector, but this can be adapted to the public sector institutions and research institutions as well. Now let's consider the key takeaways. Majority of literature referred to commercialization of invention developed from the commercial organizations. Therefore, the author should investigate and identify more appropriate theoretical directions related to commercialization of university, public research organization developing inventions. Based on the material evidence, it is evident that Sri Lanka is standing on NIS and technology transfer process is far behind to global best, or to even countries such as Malaysia, India, or Saudi Arabia, which has more set processes. Hence, it's paramount important that the country should adhere a suitable and highly adaptable leapfrogging strategy when deducing an applicable mechanism for technology transfer in order to achieve desired successes. Therefore, development of such a mechanism or a framework is one of authors' main objectives of this research. When you look at the research methodology, it intends to consider mixed method approach, which composites both quantitative and qualitative methods, enabling more comprehensive interaction of the findings. Key points to consider during the study. Referred literature showed that to ascertain sustainable economic prosperity of a nation, having a dynamic NIS, which maintains healthy government, university, and industry collaborations, leading to expedite the process of creating innovation, commercialization is vital. Therefore, highly country-specific and well-interconnected roadmap has always been one of the main ingredients for success. Developing countries such as has to address constraints to innovation, such as the political commitment for R&D by the government. Therefore, this research seeks to identify existing planning, infrastructure, and resource gaps, and to establish country-specific and highly localized mechanism integrating global best practices, not merely copying strategic initiatives adopted by global pace setters. Thank you very much. And now I would like to entertain your questions, please.
All right, now we're going to introduce the two experts who can give comments on this paper. We've got two prominent academics from Sri Lanka. Dr. M.B.S. Mahashia from the Department of Management and Entrepreneurship of the Faculty of Management Finance, University of Lugano. And also we have got Dr. Nilukuma Vijayawardena from the College of Business and Law, the RMIT University of Australia. So those two experts will give comments on this paper. So first I'd like to invite Dr. M.B.S. Mahashia to give comments on this paper.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Senaratne. And can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Right. And also, thank you very much for having a nice presentation. And actually, it is a timely, important research. So, based on the research paper that you have submitted, I think that it is overall satisfactory, but there are some comments to improve the quality and standard of the paper. So when I focus my attention to your research problem, so I think that it is too broad. So how you are going to measure this? So why has Sri Lanka continuously struggled to establish a national innovation system, especially backed by dynamic government, university and industry collaborations, and leading to technological advancement and so on? So that, but in your literature review section, so you have not addressed this concept clearly, so that it is better if you can define these concepts clearly in the literature review sections. And along with that, so you have to identify the conceptual as well as practical research gap in the introductory section, right? Specifically, you know that when it comes to literature review section, the systematic literature review is needed. You know that, so as I mentioned, you have to clearly define those concepts in the literature review section. And also there are, so you have provided some literature regarding the developed countries and their innovation systems in those countries. But it is important to add some recent literature regarding the national innovation system of Sri Lanka, right? And in the methodology section, you have mentioned that you are going to employ the mixed method, both quantitative and qualitative approaches. However, so if you are going to employ the quantitative approach, so you have to have developed operationalization of variables, right? For example, you know that, so through the literature review, you can identify so some of the barriers and issues to develop a national innovation system in Sri Lanka. And also with the qualitative approach, with the empirical study, so you can understand some emerging issues in Sri Lankan context. So since you are going to apply the mixed method, so the operationalization is needed to employ the quantitative research approach. Then through the qualitative study, so you can identify some emerging issues with this system, right? So that part is missing in your research proposal, especially so how we are going to operationalize these concepts, especially, you know, that research collaborations in Sri Lanka. So when we talk about the innovation and research collaboration, so you have to take into account the, you know, the university, government and industry. So how we are going to measure those concepts among those parties in your operationalization. So specifically when you are going to conduct a quantitative study, right? Since it is a mixed method. Then through qualitative approach, so you can go in depth of these concepts and have interview observations and so on, and identify emerging issues. So that part is missing in your methodology section, specifically identifying the concept of your research. And also in methodology section, so you have generally mentioned that, so you are going to select the actors of the industry and public research organizations, universities and so on. But you have to clearly identify the population. And also sample. So if you are going to select a particular sample, so what is your sample composition? And also what kind of sampling techniques that you are going to use, and also the methods of data collection, specifically in mixed method approach. So you can employ different methods of data collection to gather both qualitative and quantitative data. So those should also be explained in your methodology section, right? Okay, thank you very much. That's all my comments to improve your paper, and wish you all the best for your research journey.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your comment. And now I would like to invite Dr. Nirupama to make comments on this paper. Over to you, Dr. Nirupama.
Hello, thank you, Dr. Senaratna. So Thank you for giving me the opportunity to read this paper and review this paper and comment on this paper. I found it really interesting because it's a very timely topic, especially in the context of Sri Lanka, because we know that in Sri Lanka, there is very little government, industry, and university collaboration with regards to research. These institutions are really important for conducting collaborative research, but we find in Sri Lanka that they work in silos, which means they work by themselves. There's very little collaboration going on between these three parties, but those kind of collaborations are really important for the coming up with innovative projects and increasing investments, and also for economic development of the country. In the Western context, we see that the government, the university sector, and the industry sector usually collaborate often in coming up with new products, in coming up with new services, coming up with new technologies, and that has led to their development and economic growth. So this is a really timely paper. I do have some comments and feedback on your paper. I hope that you use them to further improve your paper and take it forward. So my first comment or feedback is that it's important that you specifically identify the research gap. Now, I know that you have said that there is limited research between these kinds of collaborations and the national innovation system within developing countries, and especially in Sri Lanka. But that alone is not enough. You need to bring in literature and find the gap through the literature. You specifically need to show why it is important to address this gap, why it's important to look at this kind of research topic in the context of Sri Lanka, and why it is worth addressing. So that's something that you need to sort of further strengthen in your paper. And also your main contributions. I think that they're a little bit too long and too broad. You could organize the contribution by looking at the contribution to the literature and also the contribution to practice that your research findings will make. So in terms of the literature, will your research findings be giving very unique barriers or unique kinds of factors to the literature? Can this, are you trying to develop a theory based on your findings from your research? Can this theory or the findings from your research, can it be applied to other developing countries or other contexts? In terms of practice, can you propose suggestions or proposals to further strengthen the context in Sri Lanka? And can these be used as policy, or can they be turned into practice and turned into projects that can further enhance the national innovation system in Sri Lanka? So you need to sort of separate your contributions into contributions mainly to the literature and also contributions to the practice. And also with regards to the literature review, I think that you need to focus mainly in your literature review regarding the innovations that happen through government, industry, and university collaborations, and what are the factors that contribute to these kinds of effective collaborations, what can be seen in developed contexts or very effective contexts, and how these three actors work together, what contributes to their effectiveness, what are the barriers that might contribute to their ineffectiveness, and so on. So your literature review has to be reorganized to focus mainly on the topic that you are dealing with. You can bring in theory, you can talk about collaborative innovation theory and things like that, but it has to focus mainly on the main three actors you are looking at, and also how those actors can work very well to bring about more innovations and research. And your research question, the main research question that you put up on the slide, I think it's a bit too long, and it also is a bit too vague. And you need to write it in research language rather than in very, very descriptive language. So if I want to propose a research question to you, I would say that writing it like what factors act as barriers to developing the NIS of Sri Lanka through government, university, and industry collaboration, that is sort of more specific and more clear, and it's written in research language. So you might want to reword the main research question that you have, and also the sub research questions as well. And with regards to your methodology, now you put up a slide showing what the methodology is, but you haven't really explained it. Even in your paper, it's not really clear what you will be doing in your methodology. You are going to use mixed methods, that's fine, but you need to say what is involved in mixed methods. Is it surveys and interviews, or interviews and some other form of data collection? You have to say how are you going to choose your sample, who will be in your sample, what is your data collection period, who will be collecting the data, are you mainly using primary data or secondary data or a mix of them? So that information has to be clearly set down in your methodology, because the reader needs to know what kind of methodology you used and how you collected your data. You also need to say how you will analyze your data. So if you have quantitative data in your study, how will you analyze that, using what kind of software or technology? If you have qualitative data, how will you analyze that, and so on. So that part is a little bit weak at the moment. So you can improve that by including this information in your paper. In the paper that I reviewed, you had some findings. I think it needs to be rewritten in a more research-backed way. So you need to write down what your main findings from your research is. You need to highlight the main findings that you have found, particularly for your research. And then you need to sort of link them back to the literature. So if you find that perhaps lack of communication, so I'm just guessing, lack of communication leads to a poor, lack of communication between these three sectors lead to a poor national innovation system in Sri Lanka, you have to highlight that in your findings, and you have to show that in previous studies also this has been found, or that this is a unique finding and it has not been found in previous studies. So you need to organize your findings section in that manner. And since you are talking about Sri Lanka, and I know that you are very familiar with Sri Lanka and the situation, but your reader might not be. So it's important to have a section on Sri Lanka and what the country is like, what the context of the country is, what its economic growth and development is like, what kind of research is happening in Sri Lanka, and also the kind of collaboration that's been happening between your three main sectors, the government, the industry, and the university. So those are some of the comments and feedback I have for your paper. I think it's a really interesting paper, something you can take forward and do a good PhD on. I hope my comments are very useful to you, and wish you all the best for your paper. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let me, I'm sorry about the technical issues. Let me introduce, briefly explain the titles title and the affiliation of the two experts who comment on this paper. Dr. M.B.F. Mafashia from the Department of Management and Entrepreneurship of the Faculty of Management and Finance, the University of Rohana, and also Dr. Nilupama Vijayawardena from the College of Business and Law, RMIT University of Australia. So those are the two experts who comment on this paper. Thank you very much for this. Over to you, Dr. Jamil.
Thanks very much. Let me introduce the next presentation, which I think is an absolutely fantastic idea. The title of the paper is Colonial Spaces and Post-Colonial Dilemmas, a phenomenological study on non-Western tourists in Sri Lanka. The presentation will be done by HPSB Hewawasam from Sri Lankan Airlines Limited, and they're doing their PhD at the Open University of Sri Lanka. This, I think, is an interesting research idea which has great potential. So let me hand over to you, to the presenter, to continue. Thank you.
Good morning. So this is my paper for the International Conference of Management and Entrepreneurship, this doctoral colloquium. So the title of my paper is being based on my PhD dissertation, Colonial Spaces and the Post-Colonial Dilemmas, a phenomenological study of non-Western tourists in Sri Lanka. So if we start from a kind of a quotation from the chairman of the Sri Lanka Tourism Development Authority, several complaints has been made by the domestic tourists stating that they are not allowed to be enter certain restaurants and hotels in the areas of Ikkadu and Arugabbe, where these establishments seem to have foreigners only policy. So this is actually a little bit of a background of this research, because we see there is a kind of increase of non-Western tourists, including the domestic tourists, and there are increase of the complaints of them being discriminated or them being not being treated equally to the white or so-called foreign tourists. And sometimes they were not being considered as tourists themselves. So in this presentation, I'm been looking at how tourism became a project of West and how this particular reversal of host and guest interaction is being looked at in tourism studies, and what will be the theoretical gap that we can look at in this research. And Sri Lanka as a non-Western tourist destination, how it is being developed and what kind of a research context that we have is also going to be discussed in this first hermeneutic phenomenology, which I do a kind of very brief review of the methodology and the current progress in my research on the data collection and the data analysis, and a conclusion as well. So we think about modern tourism is actually emerged after colonialism, Western colonialism in 18th, probably the 19th century beginning. The tourism has its own roots to tourism, the colonialism, which was actually most of the tourists are coming from the colonial countries. So these colonial masters want to see the exotic aspects of their colonies, and to look at the leisure and the recreational aspects of the non-Western area was given birth to tourism in modern world. So with that, tourism became a project of being hosting Western tourists by the Eastern guests. So Eastern host by and serving the Western guests. So it is a kind of a project of Eurocentric and Anglocentric project, which was being established as official domain of tourism in 20th century. This was very much highlighted in the research done by Cohen, Winter, and several others. So if you think about the modern tourism landscape, we see that most of the tourism enclaves or tourism spaces were developed for the Western palate or the Western interest, and the activities, culinary aspects, the management, and the language usage is mainly for the Western sentiments. So there is a kind of a predominant thinking in tourism, domain of thinking in tourism. The Western guests are being, like, say, served by non-Western hosts. So in this setting, non-Western people were not being considered as tourists. So this restriction and discrimination is very much evident. And even in the tourism studies and academia, the consideration of non-Western tourists are being not very much highlighted. So this discrimination and unfair treatment of non-Western tourists at their own non-Western tourism spaces became evident in many parts of the world. So if you think about the tourism, we very much talk about something called host and guest interaction or host and guest relationship, which we consider host as the tourism's employees or the tourism host country people who are serving the guest. So in recent years, with the economic development of the globalization as well as the global economic development all over the world, we can see increase of Chinese and Indian tourists all over the world. And also it is followed by Africans, Latin Americans, and the non-Western tourists all over the world in the 21st century. So non-Western tourists became the dominant tourism force in all over the world. Maybe they are domestic tourists, maybe they are diasporic, maybe they are interregional or intra-regional tourists, but they were superseding the numbers of the Western tourists in recent years. So phenomenon of host-guest relationship is been turned other way around. There's a reversal. Actually, the former host, who were the non-Westerns, which are tourists. So host-guest paradigm, or if you have been thinking about the reversal of host-guest relationship in tourism management, is actually properly not being considered in most of the theoretical or tourism can consider on this phenomenon. One is the post-colonial studies, which actually talk about the former colonies, their fixated identities, cultures, and probably a criticism over that. So the post-colonial tourism research seems to be attempting to understand the traditional colonial studies. Then on the other hand, you see a kind of a neoliberal global economic growth. So with the neoliberal economic logic or neoliberal manipulation, you see profit became the centric force. So irrespective of whom the tourists are, so you see profit maximization and the market exchange is being considered as the predominant aspect of neoliberal economy as well as neoliberal society. So they are considered as a weakness within the tourism industry, which actually this study as well. So basically, post-colonial angle, neoliberal angle, and the service management angle are the three things that I'm using in this research. Tourists in Sri Lanka, they are actually exceeding the numbers of the Western tourists. On the other hand, within the post-COVID scenario, you see there's a large growth of domestic tourism within the country. Most of the tourism spaces, most of the hotels, most of the restaurants, looking at the dilemma of the post-colonial non-Western guests and how they confront colonial spaces in post-colonial locations, embracing neoliberal market forces, and which is being considered as giving little attention in tourism research. And this phenomenon is actually leading to three research questions. One is, how does non-Western tourists construct meaning on their lived experience in Sri Lanka's post-colonial? Then how does this experience reconstruct the interpretation and subjectivity to be addressed? If you think about the non-Western host and the guest, they have their own story to tell, they have their own lived experience and the interpretation to be expressed. So the meaning that they are being giving for the lived experience need to be explicated. So to do that purpose, I think hermeneutic phenomenology allows a kind of a great deal of methodological freedom. So researchers' role as a subject of the research is also important in here, because I myself has been believing it can take Sri Lanka tourism spaces, and that's contextual as three different types of non-Western in a kind of a longer process, where each interview is being followed by a studies based on the Van Manen's lived experience, exploring method suggested in his hermeneutic phenomenological studies. So I actually what first did was preparation of experiential account using interview records and the transcript. This was filtered by my reflections of each interview. Then I isolated the themes using holistic or spontaneous approach, which was being actually taken from the transcribed text and identified to the researcher. And then I composed linguistic transformation and writing descriptions about each of those isolated themes. Then I do interpretation of those conversations and conducting description of four different interviewees or the research participants I interviewed, and derived from these reflections, I been identified these areas. So likewise, from there onward, I've been developed the initial themes. So in conclusion, this research is exploring the lived experience as well as the lived world of the participants. So initial theme identification is an important aspect of the research, which I been identified the colonial influence, post-colonial sentiments, neoliberal drives, service management thinking, and the cultural influences are the main themes. And then I further explore the complex interactions of the multiple themes. So each of these themes are interacted. If you think about the colonial influence, along with the neoliberal drives, maybe setting up the mentality of the host and the guest and their meaning or their meaning for the lived experience. So development of the interactive themes is the next step. So the research is being progressing through, and in that aspect of analysis, which I think the hermeneutic phenomenological research is being demanding for multiple level of analysis. So I'm actually completing the reflection level of analysis and then leading to the main analysis itself. So this is it, and this is the progress of my research. For your understanding, so forum is open for the questions. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Mr. Hewawasam. So let's move on to the reviewers' comments. May I check whether Dr. Harini Amarasuriya is present today in the audience? Harini, are you here?
Dr. Ratnaka, I think she's find a problem with login because the power cut issue in Sri Lanka. So I don't think she will be joining. So you can continue, please.
Okay, thanks very much, Professor Champika. Let me read the comments from Dr. Ranganarachi, who has reviewed your work and provided some quite useful comments. So first of all, the reviewer suggests, identifies that this is really good area to do research, and the reviewer highlights that they appreciate you for selecting this area. So there are specific areas that the reviewers highlight, which I believe can be quite useful for you when you improve your study. So they mentioned the research title mainly focuses on non-Western tourists, and they encourage you to think about countries like India and China. I know you have participants from those countries, so that emphasis is important according to the reviewer. And also they want you to think a bit more about sampling selection, why Sri Lankans have been selected as the sample. Justification is not enough. And also the purpose of selecting non-Western host participants, more justification on why non-Western hosts were selected. And also the reviewer highlights that there's no research question to address that particular aspect, non-Western hosts. And also another useful comment is mainly logistics, actually. Rather than conducting face-to-face in-depth interviews, which is quite useful, the reviewer also suggests that you may consider using online means of conducting interviews, like Google Meet. And also the reviewer mentions that there's no clear idea about what you expect to collect from observations and document analysis. So more explanation on that could be useful. So those are the main comments provided by the reviewers. I should mention that this is an idea I enjoyed very much when I was reading these papers, so very well done. So from my perspective, I think there's great potential to dig deeper into theory. I know you deal with post-colonial theory. When I'm reading your work, especially the literature review part, what I think is that there are several other areas that you could actually dig deeper into. For example, the notion of gaze. Western gaze is particularly relevant, and how the gaze has been shifting towards Asia could be an area that could be discussed when you review related literature. And also some work done by those who draw on Jack Derrida's work on deconstruction could be really relevant here, because you are basically trying to take down some of the dominant binaries and highlight the shifting nature of binaries as the economic conditions change on the global level. So engaging more with notions like gaze, power, deconstructions could really help you to strengthen your theoretical basis. And I think that will provide you a really nice opportunity to write up something that could be published and make popular on a more international level. So very well done. I think that this is a fantastic idea, and good luck with the future work. That's all about this presentation, paper 97. Next, to present the next presenter, I invite Professor Champika Lenagamge. Professor Lenagamge, over to you. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chamiratnaka. I think we have 2 more presentations, and we are a little behind the schedule. So without taking much time, I'll introduce the next presenter, AI Lakmali, from the Open University of Sri Lanka, the PhD candidate in the University of Colombo. She will be presenting on customer social participation in online travel communities, a systematic review. So we'll first listen to the video, and we'll go back to the discussion session.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Ishara Lakmali. a doctoral candidate of Faculty of Graduate Studies, University of Colombo. My supervisors are Professor Nalina Besekar, the Open University of Sri Lanka, Professor D.A.C. Silva, University of Colombo. The title of this presentation is Customer Social Participation in Online Travel Communities. It is a systematic literature review. So, starting with the presentation, that social media use is a trend that globally every year wise there are new users added to the social media platforms. In 2022, according to the Global Digital Report, it is 10.1%. And out from the total internet users, social media users right now, 93.4%. And that is comparing with the total population, it is 58.4%. So there are very famous social media platforms, but number one is Facebook, and other than that, YouTube, WhatsApp, WeChat, TikTok, even considered as social media. So this social media has extended the concept of customer participation, which is not a new concept in marketing. So it has been identified as social participation, then customer social media participation, and customer social participation by different scholars. And in relating to the online fashion brand industry, so the Che and Co. In 2016 conducted research, and they defined it is an effort to achieve co-creation of values through required but voluntary interactive participation of the customers in service production and delivery process in social media, because social media create that extend the customer participation in services, because in services, yes, the customer participation is a must, but with that, customers voluntarily participate and they interact with the firms and with the other customers, and they share experiences relating to the products, and they even provide new ideas like that. So in that what Che and Co done in 2016 is applied by Kampoch and Rahman in 2017 into the online travel community context. So online travel community is one of the very extensive trend in travel industry that people or the travelers gather, and they create social media pages, and they share their experiences, not only by customer themselves, that there are firm created one, the third party organization like TripAdvisor, then Lonely Planet, like that, and there are Facebook and other social media based platforms, official as well as customer themselves developed, as well as the influencer developed. So in there, this participation is happening. And the relating to this study, my problem statement is what's the current status of customer social participation in research context of online travel communities. And to that, there are two objectives: to understand state of current state of customer social participation research in online travel after 2017, and identify the research trends in customer social participation in online travel communities. So analyzing or that the methodology I have used to generate results that the key terms I have used: customer social participation, user participation, customer participation, co-creation, especially relating to the online travel communities, virtual communities, and social media communities. The terms I have used to check or search the customer social participation are based on the key terms used by Kampoch and Rahman in 2017, and that initially I have chosen 4 databases, but due to access issues, that I stick to Emerald Insight and the ProQuest, and as the secondary source, I use Google Scholar to search the data. And then inclusion criteria, the article should be peer reviewed, published in English, and full text availability. So due to lack of the text availability, due to that, I have to remove 10 articles, and one one removed due to it is published not in English. So finally, out from 51 articles, 40 articles chosen for further analysis. In the further analysis, I have excluded the articles which explain brand community engagement or customer engagement and the involvement instead of the participation. And because there are arguments on this brand community engagement or customer engagement is similar to participation, but some scholars do not agree with that, and they say participation is social and behavioral and the action oriented aspect of the engagement. Then finally 18 papers were remain, and I have used Microsoft spreadsheet to analyze the data, and analysis technique I have used is the content analysis. So the results are that you can see here, that the journals, the articles were spread on 11 journals, and the publications mainly on hospitality and tourism technology and contemporary hospitality management. And most of the articles published in 2018. And after that, there's a deduction of the number of articles. But other thing is that not only hospitality and tourism related and the management related and economic marketing services related journals also publish the articles relating to this topic. And country-wise, the destination which have been used for the studies are mainly in China and India, but the articles are spread across many countries: USA, Norway, Italy, Singapore, Indonesia, Spain, UK. Then moving on the presentation, the methodological choice is majority says that is quantitative method has been used. Then structural equation modeling technique has been used as the technique, major technique, and using two softwares, AMOS and the Smart PLS. Then the theories and model used are that the majority of the theories model focused on individual aspect, and the theory of planned behavior and the technology acceptance model are the highest number of articles that adopted. Then the other theories, especially relating to the technology and trust, credibility, and the attitude and the information related theories. Then mass communication theory, uses and gratification. Then the relationship between service provider and the customer, value co-creation and the service terminology. Then social aspects, social influence theory. Then as a summary of the variables identified, antecedents were categorized into 6: functional, social, emotional, hedonic, and brand. Then the 5 moderators and mediators, brand related and the individual related were identified. Then the consequences are customer folk aspect and the brand aspect consequences were identified. Based on the finding, the research implications on these studies relating to this research area are still popular, and they are publishing not only tourism related, but many management journals and marketing journals publish the articles relating to this, and that the methodological choice as that the confirming the critique on the tourism and marketing related studies are quantitative in nature, so that the methodological choice is quantitative. And by looking at the antecedents or the variables we identified, so those are context specific, and the data analysis technique used because of due to the quantitative nature, so sophisticated analysis technique were used for the analysis of the data, and most analyze the causal relationship. And so in this study, I identify brand-related antecedents like brand loyalty and brand cognition. This brand loyalty work as antecedent as well as the consequence. And many studies may be due to the tourism, nature of tourism, address the individual aspect, but it's different from the brand community aspect. So in there that we can see emotional and social aspects. Then this study has limitations like because I have explored only 18 research articles published from 2017, and most of the time these systematic reviews are long-term oriented because it sees many try to see many trends by the analysis. Then context is limited to customer social participation in online travel communities. So which can lead to a future direction that the scholars can see the differences or compare the industry wise that the customer social participation in online aspects. And then the databases were limited to Emerald and ProQuest, and if that the rich data sources were identified, this study that the findings may be different. So that's all about my presentation, and these are the references, and thank you for listening.
Yes, am I audible? That's right. Okay, I think it's a very interesting presentation. It's on customer social participation in online travel communities. The systematic review. Is the author with us? Could you please switch on your video camera and join with us? Yes, yeah, here. Yes, we have two expert reviewers assigned to your research paper. The first reviewer is Dr. Samantika Galage, Assistant Professor in Marketing, Nottingham University Business School, Jubilee Campus, Nottingham. And your second review is Professor KPL Chandralal, Department of Marketing Management, Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce, University of Sri Jawaharlal. Unfortunately, both of the reviewers are not here with us today. So I have the review reports. If I brief you, Ms. Lakmali, the first reviewer, that is, she's Dr. Samantika Galagi. She says that she's appreciating your contribution, say that it's a very interesting topic and paper. But she's commenting on your methodology. She said that methodology is appropriate for the work and have adequately explained, but the findings of the study provide important directions for further researchers. And also she says that the paper can be further improved by clearly indicating the aim of the study at the outset. I too agree with that comment. So it was not very clear at the beginning, even in your research paper, that was not very clear. This will help the reader to grasp the content of the paper in a methodical manner. Further, the research gap needs more clarity. She's commenting on your research gap also. Reflect on the questions such as why this is important, right? And is the contribution limited to travel communities, or does it go beyond that? So there's a significant level of scholarship on this with brand communities. So how this work is different to those? What is the difference between a travel community and a brand community? So this conceptual clarity is much needed to improve the work. I think I too agree with this comment, because it was not very much clear in your your paper and in your presentation. I think that will be very much important if you can highlight that particular aspect. That is one of the main aspects in a PhD research work. Contribution, highlighting your contribution will be very important. I think you can improve that. And also she says that in your methodology, you suggest that there is an access issue, right? So I was also wondering when you're presenting, this needs clarity. She said that it is not very clear why you said that access issue. So maybe that because you don't have the access to some of the reputed journals, maybe that's what you are referring. But she says one of the major caveats of this paper is that it has excluded top tourism journals, such as Annals of Tourism, Journal of Travel Research, Tourism Management, etc. So this raises a question if this review accurately represents the systematic review. So that is his main comment. So this could be due to the access issue that you have mentioned in your presentation. So, according to that review, Dr. Samantika Galagi, it is not very clear. So she wish you all the best, and she says that the paper has a very good potential to develop into a good research work. And if you move to the next, the second reviewer's comment, that is Professor KPS Chandralal. His comments also more or less similar to Dr. Samantika Galagi's comment, but he is specifically talking about asking a question, Ms. Lakmali. She says, sorry, he says that is it customer social participation or social media participation? I would like if you can just brief that within like 30 seconds.
Yeah, it's actually customers' social media participation, but I showed that Che and Co 2016 and Kambochan Rahman in 2017. They argue they and develop a definition and argue that it is as the term customer, shortening the form customer social participation, because it's voluntary participation actually. That's why.
Okay. So, and also he says that reviewing the content of the introduction part and state the objectives of performing a systematic literature review. So that is very much important at the beginning. If you mention that this is your objective, I think Dr. Samantika Galagi also has mentioned that. Yeah. Other than that, I think yes, he also appreciated your contribution, your research work, and he also wish you all the best and say that you have a great potential to develop into a good research work. So I
thank you so much, madam, and thank you for the reviewers as well for the comments.
Thank you, Ms. Lakmali. I think since we are a little behind the time schedule, so we must now move to the next presenter. So I invite Dr. Establish Senaratna to introduce the next presenter.
Thank you very much, Chandrika. Now, as a time we invite last presenter, Mr. A.R. in my from the Department of Business Management and Faculty of Business and Finance. Sarya is going to talk about influence of transformational leadership towards the relationship between relationship marketing and organizational performance. It's a very current topic, and let's listen to the presentation.
Good afternoon, session chairs, fellow presenters, and the audience. I'm A.R.N.Y. Arya Peruma, Manujarya Peruma, who's doing today's presentation on the title, Influence of Transformational Leadership towards the relationship between relationship marketing and organizational performance. I'm doing this study as part of the MPhil PhD program of the Faculty of Graduate Studies, University of Colombo. And to start off with the presentation, I would like to mention that this is an ongoing study, and currently I'm at the data collection stage. So I would like to share the work in progress of my study, the activities that I have done so far, the findings that I have come across, and would like to present here, and would like to get your constructive feedback for my future improvement. So let me start on with the presentation. starting from the background of the study. So for this study, basically, there are three concepts which come into play. They are namely the relationship marketing, transformational leadership, and organizational performance. And these three concepts have attracted a major importance in the field of academia, whereby there are a lot of studies, lot of previous studies, the researchers have been conducted. And as for my study, I would like to apply these three concepts into the banking industry, which is a highly competitive industry, considering that the customer satisfaction is a prime factor, and whereby rather than the price competition, we can see non-price competition that the banks follow in terms of achieving organizational performance. So as part of non-price competition, building up the customer trust and committing towards the customers has become an important aspect which forms part of relationship marketing. And also, it is a clear fact that the branch manager, the role of the branch manager occupies a significant aspect in terms of the performance of the branch of a bank. So the branch manager itself is a person who guides their branch staff and also provides the direction, the leadership to the bank staff. So through this study, how this leadership exerted by the branch managers on the branch staff, which is discussed as part of transformational leadership in the study. So when compiling all these together, this entire study will focus on how the concept of transformational leadership acts as a mediator for the relationship between relationship marketing and organizational performance. So let me take you to the next slide. In that aspect, considering these three concepts, I have developed the research problem, which is there any impact of transformational leadership in the relationship between relationship marketing and organizational performance, with special reference to licensed commercial banks of Sri Lanka. From the main research problem, I have derived 4 research questions. Starting from first question, does relationship marketing positively affect transformational leadership? Number 2, does transformational leadership positively affect organizational performance? Does relationship marketing positively affect organizational performance? And finally, deriving at the question, fourth question, what is the mediation effect of transformational leadership in the relationship between relationship marketing and organizational performance? So the same 4 questions are translated into 4 objectives, replacing the words to examine, to explore, to determine, and to analyze. When looking at the literature review, it is a clear fact that the 3 concepts, there have been significant number of studies have been conducted for each of these 3 concepts of relationship marketing, transformational leadership, and organizational performance. To explain on these 3 concepts, it is very much important for us to look at the theoretical framework, or basically what are the theories which are underlying these 3 concepts. So as part of the underlying theories, I have chosen theory of social exchange and the stakeholder theory. So starting from the theory of social exchange, which explains how people feel about interactions, the relationships, which are depending on the outcomes that they expect to obtain, as per the studies of humans in 1958. And also, the social exchange theory is associated with high level of trust, extensive investment in the employee, long-term focus on relationships, and socio-emotional aspects, as per the studies of Shaw et al. 2006 and Wu et al. 2006. So, in that context, the study conducted by Morgan and Hunt 1994 has suggested that this theory of social exchange is the foundation to explain the concept of relationship marketing, relation, and finally the individualized consideration. So when we are moving into the stakeholder theory, according to Atkinson et al. 1997, there are 5 stakeholder groups. The following hypotheses were derived. H1 being there is a positive relationship between relationship marketing and transformational leadership. H2, there is a positive relationship between transformational leadership and organizational performance. And finally, H3, there is a positive relationship between relationship marketing and organizational performance. When looking at the methodology, so I expect to conduct this study using a quantitative approach, whereby a survey will be conducted by distributing a questionnaire. So the primary data process will be involved. So data will be collected from the frontline branch staff of the 4 domestic systemically important banks, DSIBs, as per the annual reports of the Banking Annual Report 2020, comprising the DSI. As part of the implications, this study will enable to understand the level of relationships that needs to be maintained by frontline bank staff with their customers in order to ensure organizational performance, the success of their branch, the bank. And also it will give a certain understanding for the branch staff in terms of the leadership that they are receiving from their branch manager, and also it will enable in the process of maintaining relationships with the customers, because the guidance and the leadership is very much important for the branch staff to maintain relationship with the customers. There's no significant guidance or leadership shown, then they will also move in different direction. So this study will help to what extent that leadership is required. And also, having said that, the maintaining relationship with the customers and the guidance and the leadership shown by the branch manager, all in all will impact on the quality of the service delivered by the bank to the community. With this, my presentation concludes, and now it's time for questions. Please be kind enough to ask any questions and clarify the doubts as part of my study. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It's a very good presentation, well explained, taking time. Now it's time to invite first introduce two experts. Dr. L. T.L. Sajivani from the Department of Human Resource Management, Faculty of Management Studies and Commerce of the University of Sri Jayawardhanapura. And also we have Dr. W.A. Sajitha Dishank from the Department of International Business, Faculty of Management and Finance from the University of Colombo. We've got two prominent academics to comment on this paper. So let me first introduce Dr. T.L. Sajivani to make comments on this paper. Over to you, Dr. Sajivani.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for the presentation too. Right, this is study on, as our presentations explained by him, relationship marketing towards organizational effectiveness or the performance. And he has planned to test the mediating effect of transformational leadership on that relationship. Actually, I went to the study or the research paper, and there are some parts or some points you have to consider for further improvements. You may be still in the initial stage. I don't know. Anyway, your dependent variable of this conceptual model. Right, the dependent variable is organizational performance, and I have written or mentioned in my commentaries also. You have to revisit your title too, right? It should be reflect on what area or what context you are referring, because in your case you are referring the banking sector. So this is may differ from sector to sector, so we can communicate to our research title too. So the organizational performance relating to the unit of analysis should be organizational. In your case, what is your population? Can you answer for my question? Has he joined?
Yes, madam,
Yeah.
I'm here.
Thank you. Yeah. Yes, Manu.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, madam. So with regard to the population, madam, my focus is on the Western province, the DSI base. And so the population accounted to frontline bank staff approximately 7,000. So to that population only, I'm deriving the sample and conducting this study.
Yes, yes, Manoj. Then from that population, what is the sample size?
364, madam.
Yes, fine. That's okay.
According to the Morgan
Yes,
table.
Good. Correct. Right. Now, you have to revisit your research questions, right? Research objectives, right? And your research hypothesis too. Because carefully revisit and you have to rewrite actually, because your research questions, there are some points to improve, research objectives and hypothesis. For example, you have written this direction and hypothesis, and you can enrich more. This is a basic type, no? Because you have identified independent relationship, dependent relationship, and identify another variable, mediating variable as transformational leadership. But for this PhD level, we have to go beyond this level, and you have to identify some knowledge gap, especially refer to the existing literature, Sri Lankan context and global context, and identify some knowledge gap, because that should be an original contribution to the literature. So that is a major part, I think. So you have to highlight, this is the main part I'm addressing under this research. Other parts you can add as an empirical gap or gaps. That's okay, but other existing literature thoroughly identify and identify at least one or few theoretical or knowledge gap, right? That is main contribution, I think. Otherwise, it's not reflect at the level of PhD level mainly, right? So other than that, I'm proposing you to add some qualitative part to the study, right? You have mentioned your methodology as this is a purely quantitative study, but according to this conceptual framework and your background, we can add some qualitative part here. It may be either major quantitative, minor qualitative one, I think, because you are main focus relating to quantitative part now. You can add another minor qualitative part and enrich this study, and then we can convert to a study as a mixed methodology research. So then we can minimize some limitations of the study in that area. And Sri Lankan context, have you find in Sri Lankan context research relating to this area? Manager?
Yes, madam. Yes, madam. In terms of
yes, seriously revisit them and identify the Sri Lankan context finding, and then you can reflect some empirical gaps to that, right?
Yes.
And another thing is revisit the very recent literature. Otherwise, we may be reinvention of the wheel like that, right? So we had revisit the recent literature to find out the present situation of this area. Then we can come up with new ideas, right? Then our study is more rich, and at the end of this journey, you can be happy you have contributed to the world, that means our literature or the knowledge world. And I wish you all the best, and thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the comments. Everybody, it's very valuable comments. I think you can take into account when you proceed with your presentation. Now I would like to invite Dr. W. Sajid Dishank to give comments on this paper.
Thank you very much, and Manuja, thank you for your presentation. Let me quickly give my feedback on your research study that you have done so far. I have divided my comment into 3 sections. One is my comments on the problem identification. Second, the theoretical foundation and the literature review. Third, the research methodology. Now, the first thing, actually, I agree with what Dr. Sajivani mentioned. That is the main thing. So even I observed that in your research, you have failed in identifying the knowledge gap. That is really important. That is the most important thing, especially when it comes to MPhil PhD studies. So therefore, you need to first highlight what is the existing knowledge through the literature, and you need to identify a point where the existing literature is silent at, and that is your knowledge gap. So therefore, please try to highlight this thing, and on around this, you have to articulate your study. That is the first thing. The second, now I have a certain doubt here. You better discuss with your supervisor this one, and mainly you can refer to the literature. I'm wondering whether this transformational leadership is a mediator or a moderator here, right? Because the thing is, now the leadership is the branch managers. Now what you are highlighting, the leadership of the branch manager, but the relationship marketing is based on the relationship between the employee and the customer, right? So then the leader's role is external to this relationship. So therefore, just please check it, refer to the literature again, and discuss with your supervisor, and see whether you have enough evidence to justify that there is a mediator effect, not a moderator thing. Because I have that doubt. Okay, it might be a moderator effect because there is no intervention of the leader into the relationship, in between the relationship between this employee and the customer. Just check that thing. I have that concern. And the third point, Manja, it's another major issue I observed in your study. Now, if you look at your title of the research, influence of transformational leadership towards that relationship. Okay, that means your research, your main inquiry is on the transformational leadership. You're dealing with the influence of the transformational leadership, right? That's true. Okay, you need to discuss the relationship between this the relationship marketing and the organizational performance. That's true, because you can't isolate that one. But the thing is, your main inquiry is transformational leadership. But I saw that in your problem identification, you have given less priority to this transformational leadership phenomena. So therefore, please bring it up more, highlight that thing, and refer more articles on this transformational practice in this the context. And then, of course, you can position your problem strongly. So don't forget that your research should be based on, it should be around the transformational leadership. Okay. So the platform or the context where you discuss the transformational leadership is the relationship between the relationship marketing and organizational performance. Okay. And my second section is the theoretical foundation and the literature review. Again, quickly, I will give that theoretical perspective. Yeah, you have touched two theories mainly. One is the social exchange theory. The other one is the stakeholder theory. But again, I saw that you are not successful in conceptualizing your study using these two theories, because I saw that, okay, you are using this, like, for example, now let's say the social exchange theory, if I'm not mistaken, you're trying to discuss the transformational leadership part and also the relationship marketing part, right? So therefore, please try to use the theory with in a consistent manner. That is very important. Right? You don't need to use many theories, but you need to use a strong theory which can conceptualize your study. So that is my concern on this theoretical thing. And the next one is the literature. Manoja, now in the literature, I saw that, I don't know, sometimes still you're in the initial stage of your study. I didn't see articles, references after 2010, right? So this is a major issue. So please refer to the articles when you're doing a literature review. 3 R's. That means the reliable things, reliable literature, recent literature, and relevant literature. Relevance, recent, and reliable. These three things are really important in a literature review. So please attend to that matter and incorporate recent studies which are highly relevant, and also try to do a systematic literature review, because I didn't see a systematic literature review that you have done. So please, you can study, you might know that what is a systematic literature review. That is really important. And my final section, the research methodology, I think there's another area that you have to improve. You have come up with the research methods. You have explained the methods of data collection and methods of data analysis, but in an MPhil PhD study, you need first the philosophical foundation for your research study, for your inquiry. What is the philosophical paradigm where you are going to position your study? That is very important. And based on that, we identify the methods of data collection and data analysis. So therefore, don't get into that data research methods directly without laying the foundation, philosophical foundation. So that is very important. And the next thing is the conceptualization. I didn't see the conceptual framework or a model that you have developed, because it's a quantitative study. In a quantitative study, it's very important, because I saw that it was not there in your article, but the thing is, it was there in your presentation, the hypothesis. You have developed hypothesis. But the thing is, for that, you need a certain conceptualization. You need to develop a certain model. So please develop that model based on your research inquiry, and then identify the way you're going to operationalize it. The way you're going to operationalize it. And then, of course, you can come to the research methods part based on your research philosophy. And the final point on research methodology is, it's I think still it might be too early to highlight these things, but try to go for much more advanced analytical techniques. Now, these are some kind of basic things that you have highlighted. Sometimes still it might be too early. So try to identify, because the validity and reliability is most important in these kind of studies, MPhil PhD studies. So please try to attend to much more advanced analytical tools where you can safeguard the validity and reliability of your study, right? So this is my comment, and please take it in a constructive way, right? Overall, yeah, your effort is appreciated. Good effort you have put there. And I think with these things, you can further improve your study. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sachita, for your valuable comments. I think, Manjari, you received some good comments, excellent comments from two experts from academics and from industry. So now, with this, we conclude our presentation session. Let me hand over the session to Ms. Dineshi to give the final remarks. Thank you very much.
It has been a thought-provoking academic session bringing both theoretical and empirical solution to the knowledge contest. And I'm sure that all the participants learned smart things into their interest of life. So at the very outset, I would like to express my profound gratitude to panel members, Professor Chaupikani Nagamuke, Dr. Chami Ratnagar, and Dr. C.W. Sena for their constructive comments and suggestions. Not only that, I also would like to acknowledge to the valuable contribution of panel of reviewers of their constructive comments. And I would like to acknowledge my gratitude to scholars for making their first National Conference 2022 a great success of their presentations. We have come to the end of the session. Thank you for your participation. Please join the viral awarding ceremony at 6:30 p.m. Have a great day. And please switch on your videos to take a group photo. Okay, thank you very much. According to technical issues, the evening session may be delayed 15 minutes. Thank you.
Kindly switch on your video cameras once again because our session chair, Dr. Chami Ratnaki, just joined. Could you please switch on your video camera once? Thank you very much for your patience.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon. It is with much pleasure I welcome all of you to the first International Research Conference on Management and Entrepreneurship 2022. This session consisted of two important sessions. Actually, we are really sorry for the delay due to technical issue. The first session we are going to start is the 3MT competition. And the second session we are going to start is the invited speeches by international participants on defining research in post-COVID era. To begin with, it is 3MT competition. 3-minute thesis is an international research communication competition developed by the University of Queensland in 2008 that gained much recognition from world over. The virtual 3MT of ICOME 2022 challenges active PhD, MPhil, DBA candidates who have successfully passed their confirmation milestone, including candidates whose thesis is under submission to present a captivating oral presentation on their higher degree research in just 3 minutes using a single presentation slide. Initially, contestants have already participated in the first round. Now it is the time for the successful contestants to face the final round of 3MT competition of ICOME 2022. Let me begin with judges participated in the first round before moving to the today's session. Professor Dinesh Samarasinghe. He is a professor at the Department of Industrial Management, Faculty of Business, University of Moratuwa. He has obtained his PhD in Strategic Marketing and MBA in Marketing from University of Colombo and BSc in Marketing from University of Sri Jayawardhanapura. Professor Champika Lianagamage. She is a professor at the Department of Accounting and Finance, Faculty of Management Studies, Open University of Sri Lanka. She has obtained her PhD in Banking and Finance and MBA in Finance from University of Colombo, BSc in Management from University of Sri Jayawardhanapura. Next, Mr. Prasanna Liyanage. Mr. Prasanna Liyanage is the Managing Director of Reflections Holding Private Limited and he is the founder of Training Hub Asia. He has obtained his BSc in Engineering from University of Moratuwa, MBA in Business Administration from Cardiff Metropolitan University. Presently, he is reading for his PhD in Business Administration at University of California. Professor Dinesh Samarasinghe, Professor Champika Lianagamage, and Mr. Prasanna Liyanage. We are extremely grateful to you for serving in the panel of judges in the first round. Now it is the time for grand finale of 3MT competition. Let me spell out the proceeding of the today's session. Initially, the pre-recorded presentation of each contestant is played and it is followed by Q&A session. 5 minutes is allocated for Q&A session. Next is the voting poll. The audience will get the opportunity to vote for the contestant whom they think has made the 3MT presentation in most convincing manner. Subsequent item in the proceeding is comments from the judging panel. The current session will come to an end with the comments of the judging panel. Now it is time for the grand finale of 3MT competition. Let me gladly introduce the panel of judges of the final round. Professor Sivalokadasan, Professor Tarusha Gunaratna, Dr. Geeta Dupati, Dr. Ruvani Fernando, and Dr. Dinesh Hamangada. We really appreciate your contribution by agreeing to be part of the panel of judges. To begin with, it is Professor Sivalokadasan. Professor Sivalokadasan is the founder dean of the Faculty of Management Studies of the Open University of Sri Lanka. He is a professor in management studies. He has obtained his PhD in Innovation and Strategic Management at Zhejiang University, China, MBA from Institute of Technology, and BCom from University of Peradeniya. His research interests include national innovation, innovation management, human resource management, organizational practices, small business and entrepreneurship. Next, it is Professor Tarusha Gunaratna. Professor Tarusha Gunaratna is a professor at Faculty of Management and Finance, University of Colombo. She has obtained her Doctor of Philosophy from Lathrop University, Australia, and Master of Philosophy and BBA degree from University of Colombo. Her research interests include management accounting, management control, and strategic management accounting areas. Third panel member is Dr. Geeta Dupati. Dr. Geeta Dupati is a senior lecturer in finance at the Waikato Management School at University of Waikato. She has obtained her PhD in finance from University of Waikato, New Zealand, PhD in commerce from Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University, India, MPhil in finance and MCom in commerce from Kakatiya University, India. Financing decisions, corporate ownership structures, exchange traded funds, liquidity risk, and corporate governance are some of research areas specially focused by Dr. Geeta Dupati. Now let me introduce Dr. Ruwani Fernando to you. Dr. Ruwani Fernando is a senior lecturer at Department of Finance, University of Kelaniya. She has obtained her PhD in Finance, New Zealand, MSc from University of Sri Jayawardhanapura, BB Management degree in Finance from University of Kelaniya. Bank risk management, corporate governance, capital structure, and behavior finance are some of her research interested areas. Finally, let me introduce Dr. Dinesh Hamangada to you. Dr. Dinesh Hamangada is the General Manager of Sales at Hemas Consumers Brand, Hemas PLC, Hemas Holding PLC. He is also a member of the Chartered Institute of Marketing. He has obtained his DBA from University of Kelaniya, MBA from University of Sri Jayawardhanapura, BSc from University of New Delhi. Now we are moving to the grand finale of 3MT competition. We are starting with the contestants' presentation and Q&A session. The pre-recorded presentation of each contestant is played and it is followed by Q&A session. 5 minutes is allocated for Q&A session. I invite all the contestants to switch on their video during their respective Q&A session. We have 6 finalized 3MT contestants. Let's begin with contestant number 1, D.A. Yashoda L. Penland. Adaptation of frugal innovation on capturing bottom of the pyramid market potential of Sri Lankan manufacturing companies. Let's listen to Miss Yashoda.
The world is becoming competitive, unstable, and unpredictable. To stay competitive in the market, innovations play a vital role, but the problem is most of the innovations fail. On the other hand, the resource constraints are rising, and we use them to satisfy unlimited wants. Do you know that 4 billion people live in low-income markets with resource constraints? Thus, the bottom of the pyramid having less than $3,000 annual income. In Sri Lanka, 82%, that is 16.1 million people in this market. Even though we are living in a global consumer culture, this is not equally distributed. Mature markets at the top of the pyramid receive so many innovations, while the bottom is underserved. People think having less is no purchasing power, but this is the largest market with $5 trillion in purchasing power. Think for a moment, you are living in this environment with pressing needs. You become stressed when you have the perception that there are limited resources. You have 2 choices to make. Either you can complain or you can think of an opportunity. An opportunity What if I tell you that we can use resource limitation as an opportunity? Most creativity comes from resource-constrained environments, and that's by using existing resources and maximum use them. Innovation to this market needs a slightly different approach. That's where my research comes in. I'm focusing on adapting frugal innovations to capture this market. Frugal innovations create low-cost, high-value, high-quality, simple, sustainable solutions with fewer resources. Also, restructure the entire value chain and create frugal processes and frugal marketing. Decision makers of the manufacturing companies must develop a frugal mindset to do this change, and I'm checking how far they have adapted frugal innovations. And I set about answering 3 questions: how far they are aware of frugal innovations, what factors determine the degree of frugal innovations, why do they face challenges in implementing frugal innovation. And I am using qualitative method and the constructivities from the theory. Currently, I am interviewing decision makers of Sri Lankan manufacturing companies and coding till I have sufficient information to build a theory. The findings will benefit manufacturing companies with enhanced market opportunity that contributes to country's GDP and exports. Consumers will benefit from socially valuable, economically feasible, ecologically friendly, frugal products, services, and business models which can change the lives of billions of people, resulting in equally distributed economic growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yashoda. Please switch on your video for the Q&A session. And now I would like to invite Dr. Chamil Senaratne to conduct the Q&A session for Ms. Yashoda.
Thank you very much, Ms. Yashoda, for the presentation. So, the presentation. We have 2 questions for you. First question is, I would like to know your research gap, the particular gap that you're going to fill in your thesis, like by doing research. Could you kindly explain us very briefly what is the specific research gap in your study?
Okay, so I'm going to cover my research in 3 different gaps. So I'm going to cover using empirical gap, theoretical gap, and using practice gap. So now most of the Sri Lankan innovations fail. So Sri Lanka is in the global innovation index is at 101st place. And this innovation is not properly commercialized in the country. And insufficient institutional and financial support is there. And also when it comes to the continuous development is impossible without improved R&D and capabilities. So the frugal innovation and the application for the entire value chain and how it affects based on different dimensions and what challenges companies face is less covered. And innovations failures caused by issues with demand expression, and there is a mismatch between the perceived value of the innovation and the demand. Frugal innovation has the potential to resolve the innovation failures and resolve different aspects such as resource scarcity, economic issues, the social issues, price to value ratio, quality, sustainability, and growth issues companies are facing while serving customers with affordable, that is a value for money, quality, and sustainable outcome. But companies focus on this is insufficient. Different researchers argue on different frugal innovation aspects and dimensions and conducted research on different contexts and different industries. But frugal innovation has been enough investigated, but not sufficient in this context. So I'm going to cover using 2 different models. I'm using Porter's value chain model to showcase the overall activities a company must undertake.
and also using frugal innovation model, there is lack of theoretical explanation on adequately explaining how to execute frugal innovation to the entire value chain, and considering the constraints and the value that it can bring to the entire ecosystem. And the research on the diffusion of innovation is also limited. And if we take the Porter's value chain model, there is a less research on the relationship between the frugal innovative approach and the application to the entire value chain. So I'm also, now if we take the diffusion of innovation theory, it describes the broad diffusion pattern, and it does not explain how this frugal innovation spread differently in different markets, or their combined impact on the innovation's dissemination process. So existing theories do not address this, how to avoid this dissemination of innovation. As the cost of the items drops, the innovations migrate from rich to the masses, but it should be the other way around.
Yes, the question is actually, could you very briefly mention your research objective, very in a sentence, like?
I couldn't hear actually.
Your research object, could you kindly very briefly explain your research, mention your research object of research, please?
My objectives are to explore how far these decision makers aware of frugal innovation approach to capitalize BOP market potential, and to investigate the factors that determine the degree of decision makers' adoption to frugal innovation in Sri Lankan manufacturing companies. To understand why decision makers face challenges in implementing frugal innovations, to capitalize on the bottom of the market potential, and finally to formulate a theory that manufacturing companies may utilize in capturing this market through frugal innovation.
Right, thank you very much for the answers, and we will move on to the next presenter. Over to you, Ashan. Over to you, Ashan.
Thank you, Dr. Jamil Senaratnan. Miss Yashoda. Let's move to contestant number 2, Mr. Jude Muthugada. The effect of fierce appeal embedded in cigarette packaging on smokers' quitting behavior with moderating effect of social norms. A study in Sri Lankan tobacco industry. Let's listen to Mr. Jude Muthugala.
Tobacco use, or rather smoking, is the main public health concern in the present context of Sri Lanka today. It is accounted that 20.9% of adults in USA smoke cigarettes. Smoking is the principal cause for unnecessary death, and exposure to secondhand smoking, or rather passive smoking, is linked with premature deaths and diseases in non-smokers. So it is necessary to address this issue via prevention campaigns throughout the world. Tobacco or tobacco-related products, prevalence and consumption have been drastically increased in the last few decades, and now it has become a pandemic. Youngsters commence smoking at the age of 14 to 15 years in the world, and in Sri Lanka especially, it is prior to the age of 24. 15% of the population aged between 18 and 69 are smoking, and the daily smoke prevalence level is 10.2% in Sri Lanka. 29.9% of adults in the population in Sri Lanka are smoking. According to the WHO, tobacco or tobacco-related products are the foremost reason for many cancers in the world. And it has been revealed that smoking is the second biggest reason which causes death. WHO predicts that if the consumption level of the smoking trend remain unchanged like this, 1 billion people will die annually before the end of the 21st century. Smoking reduces lifespan of human 80% and it leads to the low life expectancy. And situation is bad in developing countries because developing countries are providing the platform, providing the emerging market the prevalence of the smoking. And in 2017 and 18, the records reveal that $699.4 billion US has earned by the industry and 5.3 billion sticks have been sold. More than 1 billion smokers all over the world. So smoking is bad, and what I am trying to match is the fear appeal, whether to stimulate the smoker's quitting behavior. My thesis is the effect of fear appeal embedded in the cigarette packaging on smokers' quitting behavior with the moderating effect of social norms. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jude Muthugala. And please switch on your video for the Q&A session. And now I would like to invite Dr. Chamil Senaratne to conduct the Q&A session for Mr. Jude Muthugala.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Muthugala. I have two questions, basically brief questions for you. Kindly mention your research problem, the problem of your study. Research problem of your study.
Something disturbing.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes. Could you kindly elaborate your research problem of your study, the research problem?
Yeah, my actual problem is to identify why the majority of the. Can you hear me, doctor?
Yes, I can hear you properly.
Why the majority of people in the world cannot be refrain from going to this bad habit. So that is the main objective of my research.
All right. I mean, the specific, the problem of your study, like.
The problem is actually what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to work out this fear appeal to analyze how that will affect to for the smokers to quit from the smoking habit. So my problem is the habit of smoking, because that is a dangerous situation, burning problem in the world. So that is my overall problem.
All right. You have a kind of an empirical gap in the sense it's a kind of managerial or practical gap, I guess. So now I have another question for you. Could you kindly elaborate on your methodology, the proposed methodology of your study? Because in your discussion, I could like.
Yeah, Doctor. Now, actually, I'm mainly focusing on the practice gap and the theoretical gap. And most of the research I have come across about 150 to 175 research papers, articles. Most of them are talking about this problem, and they have given a lot of innovative ideas and a lot of newness to this what you call solution to this newness to this problem. But still, it is the problem is still there, because there is a big gap because a lot of people are trying to give some kind of solution, but still the solution has not come to the platform. So therefore, I'm mainly focusing on this practice gap and theoretical gap. And this will be a quantitative research. So I'll be going to get questionnaire. My method will be data collection method will be questionnaire, and so I'm trying to focus on the practice gap and the theoretical gap. Hello.
Dr.
Hello.
Chamil is muted, I think.
Thank you very much for your answer. I would like to hand over the session to Ms. Ashani to invite the next presenter. Thank you very much for your answer.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Dr. Chamil Senaratne, Mr. George Mutugala. Next contestant is contestant number 3, Mr. Gayan Nayanaji. Adaptation of e-banking in Sri Lanka. Let's listen to Mr. Gayan Nayanaji.
Hi, everyone. Raise your hands if you have ever thought of staying at home due to travel restrictions and lockdown conditions. Well, probably none of us. Nevertheless, we have financial commitments and we need to visit banks. Unfortunately, banks have restricted their services due to pandemic. Still, we need banking, aren't we? So, what are the options then? One of the options is to use kiosks. This is risky due to use of cash and COVID spread via cash. Second option is to utilize credit and debit cards. This is costly owing to fees, subscriptions, and other charges. Third, and the most viable option is to use mobile or internet banking. There are freely downloadable apps and QR codes as well, facilitating fund transfers, utility bill payments, and whole bunch of other facilities at your fingertips. However, adoption of e-banking in Sri Lanka is considerably low. Any guesses? Believe it or not, it's around 2%. Yes, you heard right. In contrast, 75% of the population is having banking accounts. Further, almost 150% of the population is having mobile connections. Great, isn't it? In addition, nearly half of the population is possessing internet connections. Given the aforesaid, there's a huge gap in adoption of e-banking in Sri Lankan banking context. Here comes my research. This study analyzes how customer perceptions of ease of use, innovation, and trust affect adoption of e-banking in Sri Lankan context. Identification of the relationships between the said factors will assist formulating right strategies. Accordingly, customers will be benefited from safe and convenient banking solutions. Correspondingly, banks will be availed with improved profitability and performance expectations. Simultaneously, society will be benefited with enhanced financial inclusion alongside reduced unbanked and underbanked proportion of the population. So, be safe, be smart, and use smart banking. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gayan Nayanaji. Please switch on your video for the Q&A session. Let me introduce Dr. Chamil Senaratne to conduct the Q&A session for Mr. Gayan Nayanaji.
much for your presentation.
I can't hear you properly.
Yes, there is a noise. One moment, please.
Please mute the mic.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm sorry about the technical issue. Actually, now you have made a good presentation. Actually, your presentation is excellent. And I have one question. I have two questions in fact. First question is, what is your strategy of inquiry, like your methodology, which was not very convincing from your presentation. Your presentation is good, but could you kindly explain your strategy of inquiry or way of doing your research?
Yes, mainly the quantitative will using quantitative approach in line with the research requirement, and basically structural equation modeling will be used, and MOS is the software, and we are checking how perceived ease of use, innovation, and perceived trust affect adoption of e-banking in the context of Sri Lankan private commercial banks. How it's.
All right. Thank you very much. Now I have another question for you.
Okay.
You actually attempt to analyze three aspects like ease of use, innovation, and trust effect adoption of e-banking in Sri Lanka context. Could you kindly explain the scope of your research, like data collection method and specific method of data collection that you will use in this research?
Yes, only questionnaire we use, and convenience sampling also we use in this context. And here we are using, since the research topic is e-banking, mainly most of the correspondents are using this online platform, so that online questionnaire will be used. This is a questionnaire survey with convenience sampling.
All right. Thank you very much for your answers. Thank you very much for your presentation and the answers. Now I would like to hand over the session to Dr. to continue with the rest of the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kamil Senaratna and Mr. Gayan Nayanaji. Let's move to the contestant number 4, Mr. Shanmuganathan. Instrument development on social capital in community tourism and its impact on people's involvement. Let's listen to Mr. Shanmuganathan.
What is social capital? Social capital is social unities, social trust, social connections, and social network, which are determining the successful of development activities in a community. The social capital has been studied in the many development areas. However, the studies in the tourism industry is very limited. Especially, there is no commonly agreed measurement instrument of social capital in the tourism industry. Therefore, the objectives of my PhD studies are to identify valid and reliable instrument to measure the social capital in the tourism industry and to examine whether the social capital impacts on people's participation. 3. Very famous, well recognized, well accepted destinations in Sri Lanka were selected for this study. The data were collected from 618 respondents who were getting involved in the tourism activities. The questionnaire method was used with the help of the household survey for the data collection. Well recommended, well famous, well accepted social science software was used for the data analysis. And the study found that social capital can be measured by 4 instruments. Building social capital is the first instrument, which is constructed based on the trust among the tourism involved. The trust among the tourism involved and the social leaders who are getting involved in the tourism activities, and the quality of information exchange among the tourism involved in the tourism destination. The building social capital is the second instrument, which is constructed based on the trust of tourism involved with the tourists and external people, especially the interest to get involved in the cultural programs and also the welcoming attitude. The linking social capital is the most important instrument of social capital, which is constructed based on the community's connections with stakeholders like government organization, non-government organization, marketers, and the hoteliers to enhance the resources to get involved in the tourism activities. And the fourth instrument is social harmless capital, which is constructed based on non-violated, non-victimized, and friendly social environment in which the people can get involved in the tourism activities freely. This is most important and significant study because this is the first scientific studies of tourism that measure the social capital in the tourism context. Especially the stakeholders and the policy makers can use this study to assess the social capital and strengthen the social capital to achieve the sustainable development goals.
Thank you, Mr. Shanmuganathan. Please switch on your video for the Q&A session. And now I would like to invite Dr. Chamil Senaratne to conduct the Q&A session for Mr. Shanmuganathan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shanmuganathan.
Thank you, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear, but there are disturbances, but I can manage.
I'm sorry about that. Anyway, your presentation is excellent. Actually, you kept us alive, and it's a brilliant presentation. Thank you very much for your presentation. I have actually 2 questions for you. Which was not convincing. Evident from your presentation. What is your research philosophy, like assumptions that you make in doing research, like what stand you take in terms of philosophy, like epistemology or ontology, or what is your?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Sorry.
Thank you very much. So I can answer for your first question, sir. So the social capital has been studied in many development areas in the world. But in the studies in social capital, in the tourism context is very limited, and we can argue there is no scientific studies. Because of that, there are fragmented arguments and the different opinions among the researchers in the tourism that how the social capital can be measured in the tourism context. There are qualitative studies in the literature, but there is no quantitative research which were tested properly. Therefore, this is a very big research gap and research problem in my studies. Therefore, we did some very deeper literature review, and we found some constructs or dimension of social capital. Then thereafter, we consulted with sociology expert about this validity and the contents of the items and the construct of social capital, and we screen out. Secondly, I consulted with the tourism expert whether this dimension and the instruments are more suitable for the study. Yes, then we finalized there is 4 dimensions with the 25 instruments that can be used to measure the social capital. Thereafter, I use that AMOS Sophia, that is well recommended social science tools. And we followed all the steps of Churchill in 1979. He is the first person who developed the scale development and instrument development in the marketing area. So we follow the same steps, and finally we come to the conclusion that the social capital in the tourism can be measured by 4 instruments: bonding social capital, bridging social capital, linking social capital, especially the social harmless capital. This social harmless capital is the biggest contribution is my study, because other researchers didn't properly studies in the qualitative research also. Thank you, sir. I am unable to listen, sir. Sir, I am unable to listen, please.
Sorry.
Now, okay, sir. Now, please. Yeah, I was unable to listen you.
All right. Now, my specific question was whether you are more towards epistemology or ontology, like your research philosophy.
Both. It's a mixed one, sir.
Mixed method.
Yeah, mixed method we do.
All right. Thank you very much. The other question is actually now you are attempting to fill a methodological gap and also an empirical gap.
Yes,
if that is correct, what is your strategy of inquiry? Like mainly, I think if you have already explained, can you summarize that into a kind of a sentence, like kind of elaboration?
Yes, sir. Actually, this the scale development, there is a scientific scenarios that definitely we have to follow 7 steps. No, so Churchill, he is the first person, as I explained. So we followed these 7 steps. The final step is the data analysis, and this is a research. Basically, this is a research testing area, sir. And also, there's a biggest gap that the studies in social capital, all studies in the past were the qualitative in nature. That is what we followed the 7 step of scale method that proposed by Churchill, and followed by so many other researchers in other marketing areas to the scale development. Sorry, sir, unable to listen. Sir, unable to hear you, sir.
Thank you very much for your answers and your presentation, and we enjoyed a lot. And
thank you, sir.
All the best for your.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for all panel members.
All right. Let me hand over the session again to Ms. Ishani to continue with the presentations.
Thank you, Dr. Chamil Senaratna and Mr. Shanmuganathan. Next contestant is contestant number 5, Mr. Vigneswaran. Developing Sri Lanka as an entrepreneurial nation, an entrepreneurship ecosystem approach towards enabling successful new venture creations. Let's listen to Mr. Vigneswaran Mahatheepan.
Good day to all. Entrepreneurship is all about value creation, but entrepreneurship does not happen in vacuum, and entrepreneurs can't thrive in vacuum. Only vibrant entrepreneurship ecosystem accelerate this value creation process at comfort. Therefore, my research question is how an entrepreneurship ecosystem, actors and factors influence successful new venture creation in Sri Lanka. Then, what is entrepreneurship ecosystem is all about? In short, entrepreneurship ecosystem is a set of interdependent, interconnected actors and factors which are coordinated to enable productive entrepreneurship. A vibrant entrepreneurship ecosystem consists of 50 plus conditions, which can be classified into 6 domains: policy, finance, culture, human capital, support, and market. Then, why in Sri Lanka? Sri Lanka is at a crossroad where low level of entrepreneurial activities are happening and high venture failure rates. only 500 plus tech startup and yet to produce a unicorn. Therefore, in my research, I am utilizing institutional theory and resource-based theories to understand these both multidimensional phenomena of entrepreneurship ecosystem and new venture creation in Sri Lankan context. My research reflects on philosophy of positivism and follows deductive approach with an exploratory research design, where I am using survey strategy to examine entrepreneurs who have successfully created new ventures in Sri Lanka to understand which factors available influence and needed, which actors available contributed and needed to develop an entrepreneurship ecosystem, taxonomy-based success factor model to develop an entrepreneurship ecosystem strategy for the betterment of all. These findings will contribute towards economic and social cultural development. As rightly says, doing the right thing is important than doing the things right. As title goes, developing Sri Lanka as an entrepreneurial nation, it's way forward. The best way to predict the future is to create it. Let's make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vignesaran. Please switch on your video for the Q&A session. And now I would like to invite Dr. Chamil Senaratna to conduct the Q&A session for Mr. Vignesaran.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Vignesh. It's a very interesting one, and we have two questions for you. Could you kindly explain the specific implications of your research for like government or policymakers, government policymakers, and the managerial implication of your research, and theoretical implication of your research? Could you kindly explain that?
Yeah, in terms of implications, there are theoretical and in terms of recommendation towards policy. Firstly, in terms of theoretical, still the concept is underdeveloped, and until 2017, there's only 17 articles, and up to 2018, we only got 40 articles, and the knowledge gap still exists. And these findings will open up what the entrepreneur's perspective is really about. In terms of policy, most of the actions are taken by the governments are some sort of copycat from other countries which have worked there. But in terms of Sri Lankan context, the cultural factor influence the entrepreneurial activities happening in the country, and similarly the economic and socio-cultural factor. Therefore, these findings will let policymakers to give the solutions or the resources which are required by entrepreneurs, rather than giving the resources which are available at hand, then giving the solution which are needed.
All right, thank you very much. And the other question is actually, could you kindly explain the rationale? Now you're going to do this research in the form of exploratory research, and that you have mentioned. Yeah, could you kindly explain the rationale, your rationale, or your justification of selecting such? It would be great, actually. And
no,
also,
because these are really, for example, the rationale behind is to understand what the entrepreneurs who have created successful ventures, what actors enable them in achieving that success milestone, and what are the actors needed for them to, what are the actors needed for the other new entrepreneurs to achieve that milestone. That's why that exploratory research design is selected.
all right.
Did I answer? Did I answer?
Sorry.
Did I answer the question?
No, actually, we have those two questions basically, and thank you very much for your presentation and also answering the questions. Thank you very much, and we wish you all the best with your presentation. And now I would like to invite Ms. Ashani to continue the rest of the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chamil Senaratna and Mr. Vigneswaran. Now, I would like to invite contestant number 6, Mr. Darshana Jayasinghe. The role of social media influences on generating online purchasing intention of branded fashion products through consumer brand relationship. The moderating effect of effectiveness among Generation Y in Sri Lanka. Let's listen to Mr. Darshana Jayasinghe.
Hello everyone, I'm Darshan Jason. Word of mouth is undoubtedly the best way of marketing. Back in 90s, it was electricized with internet, where marketers call it e-word of mouth. But now even it's modernized. Have you heard the word social word of mouth? I'm sure you must be wondering what is this new jargon? Yes, social media followers believe now these special characters called social media influencers, whom they interact with them every single day. This has led marketers to invest in special marketing tool called influencer marketing. Influencer marketing is a marketing strategy that organizations invest in identified social media influencers to promote their branded products to followers. It is estimated that 1.2 million social media influencers across globally, across 250 categories. Something special is that 60% of the fashion industry goes for influencer marketing, and 1/3 of the influencer market is dominated by the fashion industry. However, there are no empirical studies conducted globally to signify the role of social media influencers in branded fashion product to incite the consumer attachment, loyalty, and eventually on the online purchase intention. Therefore, my research study would find out the role of social media influencers in promoting branded fashion product for followers to increase consumer attachment and also to signify the impact on the online purchase intention. So my research study would facilitate fashion marketers in Sri Lanka and globally to assess the key attributes that would drive consumer attachment as well as loyalty, and also to drive online purchase intention. Therefore, to maximize the return on investment. And also this research would facilitate fashion, social media fashion influencers in Sri Lanka to identify the key attributes that will drive follower attachment as well as increase their persuasive power. So watch out this new empirical study on the social word of mouth on branded fashion products. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Darshan Jayasinghe. And please switch on your video for the Q&A session. And now I would like to invite Dr. Chamil Senaratna to conduct the Q&A session for Mr. Darshana Jayasinghe.
Am I audible? Sorry.
All right, thank you very much for your presentation, Sudarshan. It's a very interesting presentation. I have actually two questions for you with regard to your presentation. Could you kindly explain the design of your research, like specific method of data analysis of your research? What method that you are going to use to analyze the data?
So, Doctor, this is thank you for your feedback, first of all. So, this particular research philosophy is coming under epistemology positivism, and this is a quantitative study, and instrument will be online questionnaire, and the sampling that I'm planning to do is a multi-stage mix sampling method, and also the unit of analysis would be the social media influencers who are in the age of 27 to 45, who are falling into the Gen Y. And data analysis, it will be mainly on structural equation modeling using the smart PLS. So if you look at most of the study, as per my literature review, mostly it is being done using structural equation modeling.
Okay, thank you very much for your answers. Could you, like you have mentioned that you are going to address this problem with the epistemological perspective. I mean, epistemological approach. What is actually yes? Now, how do you link your research philosophy and with regard to the collection of, like, with designing the research method? What factors would you consider, like, I mean, what is your rationale of selecting that perspective when addressing your research problem?
So, well, this particular issue has been there globally. Now, if you look at widely social media influence has been used in many industries. If I may ask why I have selected fashion industry, is because fashion industry is where mostly influencers are being used. 60% of the fashion industry goes for influencer marketing. However, from a practical point of view, efficacy of the influencer marketing is not still justified. And also from the theoretical point of view, mostly theoretical studies have come in the form of conventional influencers called celebrities. So there is a gap in terms of really understanding the social media influencers efficacy in terms of fashion industry. So that's where the gap also comes in. From the empirical point of view. Literally, there are research studies done on influencer marketing, but not that much in fashion industry, and also the consumer engagement. So those are the two gaps that I'm trying to find out in this study. To answer your question on the in terms of the data gathering, so where I am looking at is to get 5. Because this is a multi-stage mix sampling, so judgmentally I will select 5 major online fashion retail in Sri Lanka, and then I will be taking their online basis with their support, and then through judgmental sampling, from convenience sampling, I will be selecting online users who are in this particular age group.
You will say your research outcome is context dependent. Your research outcome, your findings are context dependent in that case, right? Is that right?
Correct, doctor. Correct.
Basically, those are the 2 questions that we have for you. And thank you very much for your presentation and also answering the questions. With this, I think.
Thank you, doctor.
All right, thank you very much. I will hand over the session to Ms. Ashani to conclude the session, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chamil Swainarathan and Mr. Darshana Jaisingh. With this, we conclude the contestants' presentations and Q&A session. Now, it is the time for all the participants and the audience to vote on the most convincing presentation. You will be given only 3 minutes to vote to decide the presenter for the People's Choice Award. We thank all the participants who voted in 3 minutes poll. That marks the end of the voting poll. Now we would like to cordially invite the members of the judging panel to provide with few comments on 3MT videos presented today.
Hello. Good afternoon. Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Right. I would like to ask from Mr. Darshan Dayasinghe, what sort of what do you call measuring factor scales that Darshan is planning to, have you got any sort of an idea?
Yes,
Because I really like your area.
Okay, thank you, sir. I think what I'm looking at is basically there are two models coming out strongly based on the literature review. One is Ohanian in 1952. The source credibility model, which basically looks at how celebrity attributes impact on purchasing behavior. So that has not been applied to the context of social media influencers. That has been used, but however, that particular model needs to get evolved. So certain other researchers have actually incorporated individual other attributes also. So so based on the literature review, I'm going to combine all what the past scholars have identified. So that will be so this particular source credibility model will be sort of expand to basically to take as the measurement for
What are the elements
evaluation.
of this particular model? You have elements of that particular model.
So source credibility model will have attractiveness, then you have trustworthiness, and then you have credibility, and then you have entertainment, and then you have informativeness. So those are the 5 criteria that will be.
So if you take the criteria called informativeness, will you be able to find a good scale for that?
Correct. There are scales that has been used by the available. Correct.
Right. Super. And my second question is how you are going to select your sample, whether will there be a geographical, separation, Western province, or whole Sri Lanka? What's the methodology?
Yeah.
So this is a very niche sort of a.
Correct. Now, if you look at based on the Sri Lanka's online penetration, 50% is in Western province, and the 20% is coming from Central. So I am limiting my research into Western province, because of the penetration, internet penetration.
Right. Any age limitations or any urban rural sort of a classification or all?
This is pretty much on Gen Y, which is falling into the age of category of age 27 to 45, and who actually understand, who are social media users and who follow social media influencers. So that will be the criteria.
So if you are given the opportunity to explain your result, the contribution, not to the academia. My question is for the practical practitioners like me. So in a sentence, if you want to say, let's say a fashion retailer, this is my contribution in one sentence or maximum 2 sentences, what will be? Because we are interested on the practical.
Correct. So for fashion retailer, definitely the efficacy of the social media influencers, whether that will really convert and give the loyalty, keeping the consumer attached to them. Number one. Number two is for the social media influencers in the industry to understand what attributes that will sort of give more persuasion to the.
I'm impressed on your first answer. Let's say I am a fashion retailer. Now, tell me, imagine after your PhD, you have become a consultant. You meet a fashion retailer. Just give some sort of a practical guidance. Mr. Fashion Retailer, do this. I found this. Do this. Assume that you are going to find your theoretical, whatever the conceptual model is going to get validated. Tell me some 1 or 2 practical, consultations.
So basically, where I'm looking at is now, right now, the social media influencers are being been taken based on vanity metrics, likes, and the conversion. So where my contribution to the industry is that I will help them to select the best in social media influencers that will resonate their brand, that will sort of give them more conversion rather than going on these vanity metrics very objectively, rather than going on objectively, just like comments, likes, followers. It will be more specifically on which attributes that will work for your particular brand. So the outcome of this research will tell you, out of these 6 attributes, which are the attributes that will give you more conversions. So
Darshan, I am clear. I am clear
yeah.
about your holistic contribution to the whole industry. Crystal clear. Now, for the practical threat, to bridge the what do you call the practical gap or the practice gap, what sort of a string that you pull out from the fabric can tell a fashion retailer, Mr. Fashion Retailer, do this, you will get this benefit. That sort of an equation I'm looking for. Some extremely practical sort of an action that you're proposing to the fashion retailers to get more value, more business, getting into the international life.
Yeah. So I mean, now I mean, if you take in Sri Lankan context to the global context, there are a lot of social media influencers right now. So my contribution to them is to give them the right influencer that will work for their brand. Right influencer that will work for their brand.
Right.
So that will give the more conversions.
For instance, you may say whether a person like Yohani or another YouTuber, like there are so many famous female YouTubers. Choose this girl or that girl. That sort of a orientation you will propose.
One small correction is, now people do get sort of deviated with celebrities and social media influencers. Social media influencers, they birth from the social media itself. Celebrities comes from the masses. So I am specifically on these social media influencers who have come from YouTube, who have come from Instagram. So that will be the people that will drive more engagement. Doctor, if you have me to answer your question.
Perfect. I would like to, Ashani, get into the first candidate. I think her name is
Yes, sir, Miss Yashoda Vedananda.
Miss Yashoda. Can I have her?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi, Yashoda.
Hi.
Yashoda, tell me from your. I'm just trying to pull out certain practical elements from your this thing. Tell me from your final contribution to the, let's say, a conglomerate like John Keel's or Haley's, more relevant to your research. What will be some practical, contextual, timely, I won't ask any sort of tactical actions, some sort of strategic actions you would think come out from your research, and you will go to them and do some consultations. So I want to get some practical elements. So what sort of things that you would think from your...
Yes, I think I have to say now, when you say about Unilever is actually practicing some part of frugal innovations. So where my research comes in. So most of the products and services now in the current context, the main issue is these products are not delivering to the certain specific market segment. That is the bottom of the pyramid market, having less than $3,000 per annual income. So what these BOP customers want is, they want reduced cost, that is higher value, and more for value for money. So that's where the main crucial factor is, and they doesn't like to sacrifice quality. They want high quality, less complex, and they don't want high fashion functionalities. They want only the essential, that is the core functionalities only. And they want also the products and services, they want to have it in a sustainable way, and there should be some durability of that. So when my research outcomes comes, so currently I am on the data analysis stage, so I'm interviewing the people. So once my research comes, then I will look at the different segments. That is how these companies can benefit by approaching this BOP customer segment. That is where the most of the people live in. That is the highest market where they didn't touch. But in India, they have touched this market using frugal innovation. But in Sri Lanka, they are not targeting this market. That is 4 billion market. So now if they approach in a way where they can think about this frugal marketing, frugal products, frugal processes, and also all the aspects where we can bring frugal aspects to the whole value chain, then they can get the maximum benefit for the company as well as for the consumers.
If I am to just to disturb you, assume if you take your example, Unilever. Let's say Unilever Sri Lanka reaches bottom of the pyramid consumers through, let's say sometime back, not now, 5 ml sachet. Lifebuoy sachet used to be the cheapest. Now tell me, with your value creation, how can we reduce the quality? Because they have multinational, they have certain quality parameters they can't deviate. And in price, they have given the maximum price, and they have reached the bottom of the pyramid. So sustainability in that case, we have to come up with a green packaging. So in that particular example, how can you advise Unilever to move forward with your findings? Finding means prospective findings. Assume that your research is going to get 100% approval.
Yes, I think now Unilever is practicing to some extent, I have to say, to this frugal innovation, because in India they have implemented this and they have been successful in implementing frugal innovation. In Sri Lanka also, there are certain Hindustani Unilever, they are practicing these frugal innovations to have frugal the water system using this frugal innovation. So now the thing is, now they have to implement this frugal innovation mindset, the business model, the marketing, the product, process, and the services all together. That means the entire value chain has to act in a frugal manner. Now, the problem is,
Yashoda, can you give me an example? You just think of an example and tell me.
yes. Now, let's say now the people who are working in Unilever, they don't know what this frugal innovation is all about. The management doesn't know what is this frugal innovation all about. They just know, okay, they have to give a product with lesser price. But the problem is, since all the people in the value chain, they don't have the frugal mindset. That means now they have to think about all these factors, and we have to train them. What is this frugal innovation and how to have frugal mindsets? So by training them, then they can think how they can eliminate the processes that is not required or taking longer time, more cost, and impact the quality or the timeline. So now they have to think about all the different processes and think how they can have the maximum benefit out of the processes. Sometimes there can be in the valuation there can be certain processes that needs excessive the different kind of utilities, and if we consume more prices, the costing, and there can be places where they can reduce these things. And now they are not also acting according to the consumer trends, looking at the BOP market segment, because now sometimes we only think about the product to give the price. Now it's not only the product that should come out of it, because there is another line behind that. That is the mindset, the attitude, the frugal marketing aspects, and the business model itself.
Okay, sure. Thanks. Over to you, Ashan.
Thank you, Dr. Dinesh Havangada. And we would like to hear from Dr. Geeta Dupati.
Hello, good evening to you all. Thank you, Ashane, and also Dr. Dinesh and the panel members. Greetings to you all from New Zealand. It's 12 o'clock. We are on 1st of April. And well, all the presenters, well done and congratulations for being brave and summarizing everything in 3 minutes. I have some observations. To start with, Yashoda, I think, it was you need to be more specific. I thought it's too general. You will have to identify. You had been mentioning about the frugal innovation, but it would be helpful if you could specifically identify which is the area that's a bit of challenging and that needs more attention so that it contributes to the value proposition of the firm. So, I mean, you are explaining, you're trying to answer the question of Dr. Dinesh for so long. Being crisp, being short, being sharp is important. I mean, I'm just giving you, because you're still at the start phase, so that there's some takeaway. But your presentation is good, you're brave. So women empowerment, you could be a case of women empowerment. So keep going. Well done on that. And coming to the second presenter, not sure who is the second presenter, is probably Jude.
Yes, Madam, Jude Mutugara is the second presenter.
Yes. So do I get to say Jude, or is it I continue giving my views? So Jude has done a good job. His presentation, Jude, your presentation was clear. You have clearly brought in the context of Sri Lanka and mentioned about the problem. You have identified the gap, and but of course the title is too long. And one important thing is you're trying to look into, survey approach and identify. Let me just look into your topic. Effect of yes, your title could be more clear. That definitely needs some rephrasing, and it should be more brief. I think the bottom line here is whether the consumers are aware of the what is that, the effects, the consequences of on health, and whether the what's that, smoke fear appeals are effective in driving them away from consuming this tobacco. So probably you can reword that, it's too long. And it is again slightly general. You could look into the regulations, the seriousness or the involvement of the regulators in the country in trying to discourage the tobacco consumers. This could be by the cigar taxes, because in New Zealand the cigarettes are quite expensive now, too much of the price, and the retail retailers were not happy, because they thought 25% of their revenue come from by selling the cigars, and yeah, the government here eventually wants to minimize it to very lower levels. So probably there is a balancing. They were saying we might lose our revenue, but the revenue should be from sustainable activities. So what is the role of the regulators is also important here. That is another issue of governance, national governance, that matters, because perceptions of the consumers, those who are addicted towards the cigar, definitely, although they are aware, they are still, it's an addiction, so they might not be very, they are in the trap. But your research findings or any research contribution could be to prevent the coming generations. So I think that is another aspect. And with regarding to Shenmuganathan, I think your slide, yeah, there was more of an action and less of a slide, and the theme and theory in the slide. Not sure why you haven't made effort in bringing the slide. I could see the structural equation modeling slide was put up there. So nothing much to talk about. But to the fifth presenter who spoke on the entrepreneurial nation. So what is this entrepreneurial nation? You did touch upon this very important topic, but you have missed to talk about entrepreneurship, which is very important. I think you are trying to say or identify the determinants of the success of the enterprises. What are the success stories and what are the experiences of those who were not successful? So the entrepreneurial capabilities and the determinants you're trying to capture. So I think you need to make a rephrasing and rewording there. However, your research question was clear. You have the motivation is good. You have touched upon the theoretical aspect. Conceptualization was clear, and you have an idea about your methodology, but the definition of the entrepreneurial nation was too general. You need to be more specific, and when you verbally share your thoughts, it should be very clear, and bring in the importance, discuss the importance of entrepreneurship and so on. So these are my comments. And the sixth speaker, Darshana Jayasinghe, I think you had been very well screwed by Dr. Dinesh. He asked many questions, so there's a lot of things that had been covered. And so, yeah, the fourth presenter, Gayan, on the, what is it, Gayan Nayanjit also has made a good presentation in discussing the mobile connections, internet, and methodology aspect. Looks like, I mean, one question about that was, why is your focus on the private banking? Not sure if I missed something, but I was just wondering why on the private banking. And so this is from my side. Thank you. That was all a good presentation. So I'm sure all the presenters have a long way to go before they complete. So probably the commentators and the feedback is helpful to them. Thank you. Ashin.
Thank you, Dr. Geeta Dupati.
Yes.
Professor Tarusha Gunaratna, we would like to hear from you, madam.
Okay, thank you, Ashani. So in the interest of time, I will give some common comments, which I would think would be beneficial to all the presenters. So first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to listen to your 3-minute presentation. So it was certainly great. And a few things which I would think would be useful for you to take your work forward. One thing is in terms of the title. Title of your research should really clearly capture the essence of the study. So it should be comprehensive enough that essence of the study is captured, as well as it should not be too wordy so that, you know, the reader may be kind of distracted and may the interest may deviate. So make sure that you strike a balance between having a very informative and clear title. Then continuing from that, when you present the content, and of course you have beyond this, it will be your thesis chapters, all that. Even in that case, you need to make sure that whatever you write is relevant to that particular area that you are writing. So even the presentation, it has to have a clear link between your title and the content that you present as well. Another thing, I think earlier panel members also commented on this aspect. You have to be very specific. You can't cover everything on the surface in a particular research study. Instead, you need to be very specific about what you are doing, and that has to be studied in terms of the wider coverage or the depth that you choose depending on the methodology. So that's important. And finally, it's about the contribution of your study. So the what questions should be very clearly upfront presented, because I also realized some of the panel members asking, okay, so what's the contribution? So what is it about your study? So before someone really starts questioning, that has to really come through very clearly through your study as well. Then another thing is in terms of selections of your interviewees or survey respondents, or that for that matter in all other aspects, there should be very clear justifications in the research. So for some of you, if you're still towards the early part of the study, you may not have really ironed out those issues, but still think about it and make sure that you have very solid justifications for the choices that you make in terms of methodology, theory, or whatever the case may be. Then about maintaining coherence across the entire presentation, there has to be a link between each of the sections, and finally the entire presentation, and for that matter in the future your thesis chapters should be linked together. And finally, in terms of this particular session about the Q&A, so some presentations we found were very clear in terms of when we were listening, it became very clear. But then sometimes at the Q&A session, some of the answers were maybe not very convincing. So you have to be very clear, and with lot of clarity, you need to explain the answers, because you may be knowing in and out of your study. It's your study, so you would know so much about it. But when a question is being posed, you have to really pick what exactly I'm going to tell and how am I going to express, because sometimes you may be telling a lot of things around that particular question, but that particular question has not been addressed. So be very specific, make sure you address this issue on clarity, because across time in the various stages of your research, you need to justify and really defend your research. So I feel this would have been an excellent opportunity for you, and I hope the comments that you got today also would help to take your work forward, and wish all of you good luck for the great work done. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. And now we would like to hear from Dr. Rudy Fernando.
Yeah, thank you, Ashani. Congratulations to all the contestants who participated in the final. So I know like this 3MT, it's a challenging competition, which is, like summarizing your research into 3 minutes is the biggest challenge, because for a thesis, you may have like 80,000 to 100,000 wordings, but bringing all these wordings to a one slide and to a 3 minutes, it's a biggest challenge. I know I have that personal experience with me participating for a 3MT. So I would like to give a very general comment like Professor Tarusha. So from a 3MT, what we expect is for the contestants to convince their message in a language which is appropriate to a non-specialized audience, right? A lecturer coming from finance background, so I would be able to clearly identify those marketing concepts, and there were like entrepreneurship related research. So that's the beauty of this 3MT. So all the contestants, I think, so they did a very good job, and all were engaging, and they shows very enthusiasm in their presentations, and especially they used some of the contestants, they used very effective slides, which is a very key part in this 3MT contest, having a very attractive and a powerful slide with their 3MT talk. So most of them had a very attractive slide, and they have nicely arranged and structured their 3MT talk from the beginning to the end, and they have connected very logically all the required required areas of research. So most of them were very capable of giving their problem very clearly to the audience, and then the order they have followed, it's interesting. So I would like to congratulate them all, and you got a lot of comments from your other members of the judging panel, so you can incorporate them for your thesis, and yeah, good luck with your thesis. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ruani Fernando. And now we would like to hear from Professor Sivalokathasan.
Thank you, Ashani. Thank you. And I listened, and very, very interesting, and all researchers have a nice 3 minutes, summarizing 3 minutes. Yes, our panel said, is very, very difficult to, and a very challenge, and 3 minutes presentation, all PhD, all research finding. Anyway, all the 6 presenters did their best, very good, and very energetic, and very organized. As all our panels comment, I want again comments, because they are constructive comments maybe you received, and maybe that will help you research further development. And so I congratulate all 6 presenters, and all the best and future for your research. Congratulations.
Thank you, Professor Sivalokathasan. We really appreciate your valuable comments to make this session remarkable. With that, we have come to the end of the session. Now I would like to invite all the participants to switch on their video to take an official photograph.
Ashani is okay.
Thank you all. Now we have come to the end of the session, and it is my privilege, being the session coordinator, to propose the vote of thanks. It has been a thought-provoking academic session, bringing both theoretical and empirical solutions to the knowledge features. And we are sure the participants learned many things related to their areas of interest. At the very outset, we would like to express our profound gratitude to the members of the panel, Professor Sivalokathasan, Professor Tarusha Gunaratna, Dr. Geeta Dupati, Dr. Ruvani Fernando, and Dr. Dinesh Hamangada for their constructive comments and suggestions. Further, we would like to express our gratitude to panel of judges participated in the first round. Further, we would like to acknowledge our gratitude to all the scholars for making this 3MT competition of First International Conference on Management and Entrepreneurship 2022 a great success by participating 3MT competition. Last but not least, we would like to take this opportunity to express our sincere gratitude to Dr. Ruvani Fernando for her support and guidance throughout the process of this competition to make this event a great success. With that, we have come to the end of the 3MT competition. Thank you all for your participation. The awards of 3MT competition will be presented at the closing ceremony. Please join the virtual awarding ceremony at 6:30 p.m. Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, we would like to move into the invited session by international participants defining research in post-COVID era. Let's move to the first presentation by Professor Siti Halija Sharif.
Good day, everyone. Indeed, it is an honor for me to participate in the first International Conference on Management and Entrepreneurship, ICOME 2022, under the theme of Business Management, Innovation, Challenges and Resilience. Congratulations to the Faculty of Management Studies, FMS, the Open University of Sri Lanka, OUSL, the nation's premier open and distance learning. Particularly a big thank you to Professor Nalin Abesekara, the conference chair for today's conference and editor-in-chief. I am Siti Halija Sharif. I'm from Arshad Ayub Graduate Business School, or commonly known as AAGBS, from University Technology Mara, UITM, Malaysia. I was the former Dean of the Faculty of Business and Management and also the former Dean for the Institute of Graduate Studies. Allow me to share the slide for today's event. So today we are looking into defining the research in post-COVID era. What has COVID-19 done to us? With the exception of health, what it has brought to us is crashing or future crashing on us, particularly from the perspective of telework or working from home. Before 2020, it was rather a sticky thing to have top management. I call it a sticky thing, in order to have top management and even some employee to embrace the concept of working from home. Particularly infrastructure and infrastructure were not supporting this, our mindset, and we were not ready for the paradigm shift. It was not a priority then. It was just something that is nice to have. So let's look from the perspective of telework. What is telework? So it is stated that it is an approval to work at an approved alternate work site. So based on Market Business News, MBN, teleworking, which is also known as telecommuting, means working from home or remotely using modern technology and telecommunications to remain in touch with one's employee or business or colleague. Thus, working from home is making use of the Wi-Fi, the smartphone, the emails, and other equipments and tools that are necessary or necessity in order to have us conducting our session online, and we are working from the alternate work site rather than from the office. The work arrangement becomes fluid. That's what happened to 2020 that push us into this angle of doing our work for our business sustainability. The difference before and after COVID-19 is best stated in a Market Business News from the R&I World by Rubik in Spain, a preliminary result from a study conducted by Valencia Polytechnic University that showed that before COVID-19, only 9% of workers teleworked 5 days a week, whereas now it is 87%. So how telework come into play? For Malaysian, March 18, 2020 saw a drastic change in everyone's lifestyle and work style. The work from home becomes relevant and a necessity for business sustainability. What was a nice to have becomes a must have. It now becomes the priority. For work to continue as usual, the mindset have to realign and focus on the embrace of technology, the system, and the equipment. The change was drastic, and the embrace has to be immediate and spontaneous to some extent, and Wi-Fi becomes critical. So how does this relate to research? We have heard of VUCA, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity. Was that what we encountered in 2020? And so on? All the above requires research from different angles, different perspectives, different areas. In 2020, 2021, we experienced volatility. We experienced uncertainty, and it was a rather complex situation and to some extent very ambiguous. Health becomes dominant, supply chain becomes acute due to the closing of the border. Digital marketing becomes critical owing to the fact that we are not able to go shopping as normal. We are now having some restriction of our movement, but able to, in not so many words, continue as usual in a new form. New understanding is needed to bring stability in the sustainability of life. How does this teleworking got to do with research? We are also, the researcher are also pulled or pushed into the situation whereby our work, our research have to be done online. And we found out that it is also a complement. It can complement our research. To some extent, we're able to continue our research as usual. Some say that it can execute faster, it can be done efficiently, diligently. Those researchers have to look from the skill set in terms of how to share information to the members, to partners, either from the same country or from a different country. And we use the cloud, we use Google Drive. So this enhances the ability for us to be able to do our research. So we have to upskill. So the skill set becomes very important. On the aspect of the research, there are certain analyses that we need to have a form of a refresher course or maybe a learning for new or young researcher, and we have no problem in that in terms of online training. So we can continue as usual through having sessions conducted online. From the perspective of social sciences or business and management, we have a lot of field work. So we're able to do our qualitative research, our interviews, discussions, and meetings online, and we're able to record them. Okay. However, the reliance on broadband speed is important. Our Wi-Fi is important because these are the ones that will allow us to handle our research calmly. Reflecting on 2020 and 2021, we read all this, we experienced it, we witnessed it, the pains, the gains, and we adapt quickly to the new working style. The change came rushing to our doorstep when there was only one option. We have to embrace the change. So how does this impact us researchers? The impact on researchers may differ according to their discipline, but overall it has impact on the funding, government policy, cooperation, collaboration, communication, and information. Thus, we can coin it as the challenges and the opportunities. The challenges that we face are sometimes coming from the funding to allow us to continue our research, and from the perspective of government policy that may have some constraint in our ability to do the research, because we understand the country, what the country is going through in the year of 2020 and 2021, looking at the sustainability of the community from all angles, from all aspects. And therefore, these policies are done for the well-being of everybody. And at times, we have to look at this policy for us as a researcher. However, the opportunities that came knocking on our door was the ability for ourselves to conduct the cooperation and collaboration among us researchers, whether within our country or with our international partners. We found that we are able to continue as usual. And the communication and information sharing of information was able to be done, as I mentioned earlier. Well, the speed is there, the efficiency is there, and we're able to get things done for our research. But what's missing? The remote working, we have somehow lose the human touch. It's very much reduced. And that's what we hope for 2022 and onwards, that we're able to enhance back our human touch, the one that we enjoyed most, when we're able to see each other face to face, and sometimes we can read each other's thoughts, yeah, and we can share laughter, and we can share our ideas, and this is very, very important for us in doing our research. Not to say that, as I mentioned, online was efficient and it was good. However, we normally hear this constant statement: can you hear me? Can you see me? Can you see my slide? Is it moving? Are you able to see? I have moved to the other slide. Can you see it? So that's what we experience when we are doing online. So that is a setback on the online communication or the face-to-face. So we missed. We really would like to have a lot of face-to-face discussion, and nothing beats that. So hopefully we're able to enjoy that this year and forward. So what does the future have in store for us? In not so many words, COVID-19 has made the world sophisticated in acquiring new tools and mindset within the 2 years, or I would say within the first year, we have already acquired those things. I've termed it as sophisticated because Researchers come from different generations. We have the baby boomers, we have the Gen X, Gen Y, the millennials. So we have different skill set coming in. But we were pushed to have this new skill set to some of us in 2020 and 2021 in order to execute our work better. So the landscape has changed. Yeah, this landscape has changed. New information, new structure, new form of dependency, new layout is waiting for further exploration. Why do we call new information? As we are moving forward, we get new information, we get critical information that leads us to come up with a how to come up with a structure to assist the sustainability of work. So we as a researcher are looking into coming or offering innovation in terms of structure, in terms of system, in terms of getting work done, in order to have business moving as usual. Okay, and we are looking into this new form of dependency. We are looking whether should we have internal expertise? Should we also have dependency of expertise from other countries? What's the setback? What do we need to enhance? What do we need to look at, remodel, relook? So these are the things that we have to look at. Even the layout of the workplace have to be looked at because of our distancing. No doubt, we are saying that distancing is not needed, but somehow or rather, it has made us feel comfortable to have certain space between us. Yeah, between us. So we have this new layout, whether it's from the perspective of the customer. So all this is waiting for us to come with further new elaboration with the new exploration done by the researcher. So that's what this conference is for. This conference on management and entrepreneurship that's looking into innovation, challenges, and resilience. And we look forward to hear all the researchers' ideas, researchers' suggestions, and the researchers' way forward in looking into our lifestyle. It's a new normal. It's not going to be as what we have experienced before 2020. We may be moving into a mixed method. In our research, we do also have mixed method. Well, in our lifestyle, we're going to have mixed method. Why do we call it mixed method? Well, we can have face-to-face meeting as and when we need it, and we can also have online discussion as and when we need it. So now we have the best of both worlds. We are able to cope the best of both worlds. All right. So with that, enjoy the conference. Congratulations, everyone, for coming on board on this conference. Congratulations to Professor Nalin and her team. All the best and have a good conference time. Thank you from me, Siti Halijah Sharif from AAGBS UITM Malaysia. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Siti Halijah Sharif. Let's move to the second presentation by Professor Ersa Triwahyuni.
Hello, greetings from Bandung, Indonesia. My name is Associate Professor Ersa Triwahyuni from Universitas Padjadjaran, Indonesia. And I congratulate the organizing committee for the International Conference of Management and Entrepreneurship. And thank you for having me today in your conference. Today we are going to discuss a little bit about how COVID-19 influenced the research in accounting and finance. As you see that the 2020 has been a very, very serious year for all the jurisdiction due to the COVID-19 pandemic. So the purpose of the presentation today is for us to discuss and to learn how COVID-19 pandemic give impact to businesses and also impact to accounting and finance research. So this presentation will discuss in particular how the COVID-19 pandemic have impact to profitability and earnings management, have impact to cash holding of the companies, and impact to fund performance and impact to CSR disclosures. I have selected some of the papers that may have provide information on these issues. So first, let's see how COVID-19 impact to profitability and earning management. We, of course, expect that during the pandemic, the profit of the company will decrease and perhaps the earning management will increase. But how are the evidence say? So there are 3 papers here. Number 1 is Wesah in Amman, or the companies is in Jordan, 44 company in Jordan. That's the paper try to see if the type of cash flow, operating, financial, and investment, which one have more significant to the profitability during the pandemic. And the answer is not very conclusive during in the paper. So Lasut and Cancel paper, I think I've read this and it's quite good because it gives us a firm evidence from 2031 firms in 15 European countries that the sample firms tend to manage earnings during the pandemic period than during the preceding period. So in 2020, there are more income increasing earning management than before. And similar to the paper by Xiao and Xi that look at the Chinese listed firm, A-share firm in China. So the findings also confirm that there is an increase in accrual-based earning management, or AEM, and there is significant decline in real activity-based earning management, or REM. And also the paper see that the firms audited by the Big 10 auditors, or big firms, were less likely to manipulate earnings through AEM or REM compared to other firms that are not audited by the Big 10 auditors. With the relation of COVID-19 impact to cash holding, we can see that in 2020, where many jurisdictions are locked down, so the economic activity are decreasing, many companies find difficulties in managing their cash flows. So many companies trying to increase more of their cash holding as a buffer for because there are many uncertainty during those time, and they don't know whether they're going to have enough cash, they're going to get enough cash from their business. So an interesting paper by Qin, Huang, Shen, and Fu in 1,663 companies in China, they separate the 2 groups. One is highly impact industries from the COVID-19, such as like tourism, catering, real estate industries, and then the non-serious impact industries. So they see that the COVID-19 has significant positive impact on cash holding in serious impact industries, which mean that the companies in the serious impact industries, they try to get more cash during the pandemic because they are not sure that they will have enough cash from their operation. But the goodwill and goodwill impairment was weakened this positive impact. So the companies that have goodwill and goodwill impairment have less cash. Yeah, the explanation behind this is goodwill and goodwill impairment may be sign of a higher risk company. Then this company may have more difficulties in finding loan from the bank to increase their cash holding. So we also, myself and student of mine and a colleague, also doing to see the impact of COVID-19 impact to cash holding in Indonesian companies, 130 companies. And in Indonesia, we cannot find any evidence that the average cash holding show have a significant change after the COVID-19 pandemics. So cash holding has no significant effect on the company financial performance as well. And then the influence of cash holding on the company's financial performance after COVID-19 pandemic is stronger than the preceding period. So the next one that I would like to discuss is COVID-19 and firm performance. We of course expect that during the COVID-19, the firm performance will be decreased, but what kind of company that perform better than others? The research by Amore in Italy is quite interesting because they have two groups. One is family firms and another group is non-family firm. And they see that the family firm company exhibited higher market performance and operating profitability than other firms during the pandemic period, arguably due to more efficient labor costs and also less revenue decline. And another research from Indonesia, Devi et al., 214 companies listed in Indonesia, they also observed there is an increase in leverage ratio and short-term activity ratio for the pandemic period and decrease in the liquidity ratio and profitability ratio. Another paper on COVID-19 and firm performance was conducted by Chui, Ken, Kim, and Lee, also in a China setting, more than almost 2,000 companies. And it's quite interesting, this paper, because they see the company which have more conditionally conservative before the pandemic, then report this company have lower declines in stock return performance during the COVID-19 outbreak, lower to other firms. So more conservative firms during the pandemic, all of the companies are declining, but this kind of firm which are more conservative, they have lower declines than the other firms. Okay. The beneficial role of the conditional conservatism is higher when firms have greater information asymmetry following the COVID-19 pandemic. Another paper from the US looking specifically on the US restaurant industry provide evidence that the restaurant firms with the past characteristic before the pandemic, if they are larger in size, more leverage, more cash flow, less return on asset, and more internationalization, they are more resilient to stock declines reacting to COVID-19 than otherwise similar firms. And then the last one is how the COVID-19 impact to CSR disclosure. We expect that the COVID-19 will give a lot of financial pressure for the company, so the financial distress could be higher among the company, which then motivate more the company to disclose more of non-financial activities or CSR activities to compensate the decline of the financial disclosure, the financial performance. So my paper with my students and a colleague look specific on these 114 companies in Indonesia, and we look the CSR disclosure index during the COVID-19, and we provide evidence that it's significantly more than the preceding periods, which is that the company in general during the pandemic, they have more disclosure than before. And also, the financial distress and company size have positive effect on corporate social responsibility disclosure. So companies with more financial distress, they tend to have more DSR, more CSR disclosure, as well as the bigger company compared to less big company. But the age of the company has no effect on the CSR disclosure, which means that old company and new company doesn't have any significant difference in terms of the CSR disclosure during the pandemic. So in the limited of time, I would like to conclude here that the COVID-19 pandemic actually has provided a fertile research ground for us, for researchers in accounting and finance. As the pandemic is a global phenomenon, more use of international data may be powerful to explain how business entities behave in the time of pandemic. And many jurisdictions have recovered economy into 2022 this year, but we don't forget that the year 2020 and 2021 would be special observation years for most of the jurisdiction. So if you are doing a research where the year 2020 and 2021 is within your observation period, you need to pay attention of the impact of the COVID-19 to do your whole data set. That would be for me. Thank you for all of you who are listening. And this is the reference list of the paper that we are discussing. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ursa Triwahayuni. Let's move to the third presentation by Professor Sergius Coco.
Good afternoon, good evening, or good morning. I am in Florida, and it's about 4:50 in the afternoon. I do not know what time it is in Sri Lanka at this time, so allow me simply to say good day. Let me welcome you to this conference, and let me also express my gratitude and appreciation for the invitation to give a short talk at this august assembly of scholars. It is truly a privilege for me to talk again to some friends and some familiar faces and to not so familiar faces on something that we all are passionate about, and that is conducting research. I have been asked to speak briefly on defining research in post-COVID era. However, I've taken the liberty of the opportunity to change the topic a little bit, and I will tell you why. I changed the topic to conducting research in post-COVID era instead of defining research in post-COVID era, because I strongly feel that the way we define research has not been impacted by COVID. However, the way we conduct research is what has been impacted by COVID. And therefore, it is fairly logical for me to defend a definition or a premise of conducting research pre-COVID, during COVID, and post-COVID. Hence, my tweaking a little bit with the topic. Thanks. Now, let's move to something that you and I probably would talk about from now until perhaps the end of the conference. And that is the relevance of the topic. Why is it relevant for us as scholars to talk about the impact of COVID on conducting research? And I say, well, look, it is relevant because that is one of our charges. We are expected to conduct research regardless of death and distractions around us. As the British always say, carry on. So long as we call ourselves academics and we remain in the academia, we have to continue with our charges of conducting research, teaching, and rendering service. Before I go any further with this, allow me to point out a couple of things. One of the quirks I have is to use cartoons in my presentations, because my mother once told me that if people do not remember what you spoke about, at least they'll remember the jokes that you cracked. So in lieu of my jokes, I use cartoons. So indulge me in the next few slides to use cartoons. I know that sometimes we take ourselves rather seriously and we don't joke about our research and things like that. But I take a different posture. I like to be laid back and crack jokes at my own expense. So that is why I'm using cartoons in the slides. Now, we talk about pre-COVID, COVID, and post-COVID. One will say why. What is the rationale for all these distinctions? It seems like time has been truncated into slides or into parcels or into pieces. The question is why? Well, I would argue that different societies and cultures hold different viewpoints or perspectives on time. Some people will see time in a cyclical framework, and that is time is cyclical or time goes in circles. Some cultures view time in a linear form. So time is like a line. As you can see here, Professor Lenin says he's trying to catch time because he doesn't know how time is slipping away from him. In his view, which is the view that most of us share, time is linear. And if time is linear, we can truncate it into different slots or different pieces. Ergo, pre-COVID, COVID, or during COVID, and post-COVID. What did we see during the pre-COVID era? Well, pre-COVID era was what you and I, call the normal. We conducted research the normal way. The normal way we were what? We were trained. Let me make a caveat here. Generally, those who conduct research using secondary data have not been impacted much, except for the agony that they experience with people not being on the job answering their phone calls and things like that. Research was normal, but those who conducted or those who conduct qualitative studies, specifically something like focus group studies, were significantly impacted. So during pre-COVID era, they would have in-person focus group studies. Well, that is why, and we as professors or academics would have in-person classes or lectures. That is why I have that slide there. Now, COVID has changed that. So instead of the normal that I used, the word normal that I used a few minutes ago, we had something we call a new normal. So what is that? In the new normal, our lives went on all right, but with a difference. We learn new vocabularies such as masking or social distancing or bubble. So those of us who even dared have in-person lectures were required to have what? Or to maintain social distance. With social distance and masking and things like that, guess what? Research methods like conducting focus group studies have changed. Very few people could conduct focus group studies when you are required to maintain social distance. So those studies went online or went virtual. Things we may not have deemed acceptable during pre-COVID era. Most of us, including myself, resisted virtual classes during pre-COVID era. But during COVID era or during COVID period, that was the only way we could hold lectures. So the way we conduct research, or the way we have conducted research, has been changed, has been impacted by COVID. Hence my tweaking with the topic. Some of you may very well know that pre-COVID era, people resisted using telemedicine or using doctors virtually. But during COVID, we embraced it. That was about the only way some of us could see our physicians. So COVID has really impacted the way we conduct business. Ergo, the new normal. So now we move from pre-COVID, during COVID, and now let me talk about post-COVID. What do we expect in post-COVID era as far as conducting our research is concerned? Well, I will make a couple of forecasts. Of course, don't hold me to them because I'm not a magician. I could go wrong. But I would argue that some of the things we saw during COVID era would remain with us forever. Some of them are going to be more impersonal research. So I expect more people to be conducting impersonal research, something we would not have accepted during the pre-COVID era. With impersonal research, of course, is less contact. So I expect there to be less contact in the way we conduct research during post-COVID era. Interestingly, something I have personally observed is those who dared conduct research during the COVID era did it with many more authors than they would normally have. So what we witness, if you look at the literature, is more co-authors during COVID era. More co-authors because the need to use new technologies that some of us are not familiar with became urgent. If you needed to do research, you needed to use technology more than you ever would have. And I consider myself a dinosaur when it comes to technology. So if I needed to do something, I should incorporate someone who is technology savvy. That is why, in my view, we saw many co-authorships during COVID or during COVID era. And I think that is something we will continue to see in post-COVID era. Also, we saw that COVID has made many of us to be introspective. We started re-examining the priorities in our lives. What is it? What is it that makes us happy? More money? More leisure? More time with loved ones? Or what? I think people have taken themselves a little seriously about what makes them happy during the COVID era. So you see scholarship on quality of life issues exploding during the COVID era, and I expect quality of life issues again to remain popular for researchers during post-COVID era. These are, for me, some of the significant ways in which COVID has impacted the way we conduct research. I can go on and on, but you and I know that we do not have the time. I'm allowed a maximum of 10 minutes. So let me end here and wish you all a very enjoyable conference.
Thank you, Professor Sergis Kapoor. Let's move to the next presentation by Dr. Michael Oyenuga.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning from Nigeria. Thank you for this great opportunity. Open University of Sri Lanka, Faculty of Management Studies. Thank you, Professor Nalin, for giving me this platform to share my experience. And thank you for wherever you are hearing me. My name is Dr. Yenuya Michael, and I am going to speak today on defining research in post-COVID era. Okay, briefly, this are what we are going to look at. We are going to look at meaning of research. We are going to see the importance of research as well as post-COVID era research. So, what is research? Simply put, research refers to a search for knowledge. And of course, as researchers, what we do is to search for knowledge. When you carry out a research, it is also an art of scientific investigation. And it is different from every other investigation we do because it is scientific in nature. Scientific in nature in the sense that when you carry out research, you don't just carry it out haphazardly. Rather, you follow a set of process. You follow a set of procedure in carrying out the research. And so we say it is a systematic method consisting of enunciating the problem. That is, you need to find out what the problem is, because if there's no problem, then there's no need for research. Then you formulate your hypothesis for those who do quantitative research, because that is what you're going to test at the end of the day, whether you accept your hypothesis or you do not accept it. Then you collect facts or data, more importantly from the field, and you analyze them. Then you come out with your conclusion in the form of solution problem or in certain generalization. So we look at the objectives of research. When you carry out research, what exactly are you trying to do? It might be more than this, of course, but for the sake of our time, we just list out these. And one of them is that you carry out research to gain familiarity with a phenomenon, and that can be an exploratory way. You can also describe the characteristic of a particular individual or also phenomenon, and that can be descriptive. Then it can be diagnostic also for those who are in sciences. And of course, you can find a relationship between one variable or the other, and that can be the other type, which is hypothesis testing. Now, in post-COVID era, of course, COVID is one pandemic that has changed almost everything we do. And permit me to say that there is no sector of the economy and there is no country in the world that does not have its own story to tell as far as COVID is concerned. So in post-COVID era, research has to be root because post-COVID era is root as well. So researchers and recession have to be root. So what does root stand for? Letter R says rapidly changing. The environment in which we live today is not the same as what it used to be before COVID. A lot of things have changed. I mean, today you talk about wearing of nose mask. It was not like that before COVID. So a lot of things have changed post-COVID. At the same time, research and recession, researchers as well have to change. So many things have changed in the world. Hand washing, using of nose mask, sitting some meters away from your next neighbor, no handshake, no this, no that, have all brought about change in the environment. And of course, a university like Open University of Sri Lanka is also organizing this. And I'm sure that maybe before COVID, this might not be an option. A lot of universities have come out with webinars, have come out with virtual conferences and the rest of it. And before COVID, maybe physical conferences were the order of the day. So that tells you that things are changing. And so recession needs to change as well. And we live in an uncertain world post-COVID. I mean, when COVID came and countries and economies were struggling, before you know it, there was Omicron variant as well. So we never can tell what variants will be discovered again in the nearest future. So it is an uncertain world we live in. Of course, the Russia-Ukraine war is also affecting a lot of activities, and research cannot be an exception. I mean, you wouldn't be surprised that researchers are now coming up with topic that has to do with Russia-Ukraine war. People are now saying they want to find out the impact of that war on economies, on emerging economies. That is an example of an uncertain world. Because before now, you might not imagine that there are things like that or there are topics like that that people have to find out. And of course, a lot of topics, a lot of researches are going on concerning how COVID has changed this, whether in education, whether in sports, and the rest of it. So uncertainty is the order of the day. And at the same time, recession or researchers in this era need to have that at the back of their mind, that there's so much uncertainty. So research has to fall into that line as well. The era of the day, topics, interesting topics, interesting problems that need to be investigated are coming up. And that is the world we live in. So researchers of today, researchers post-COVID recession is really uncertain because you don't know what will come up just after now. And it's a dynamic world. When we are using Zoom, for now, Zoom is not as popular as we have it. Google Meet, Microsoft Teams, and the rest of them. They've really changed the world of business. They've changed the world of meetings. They've changed the world of education, and they've changed the world of research as well. Everything now is dynamic. Things are changing, and so researchers and researching also need to change. There should be a lot of dynamics in the way we do research, and it has to be engaging. Multidisciplinary research, people in education, collaborating with people in humanities, people in management sciences, people in sciences, people in engineering, everybody coming together to do research so that it's not just one-way traffic anymore. Research these days have to be engaging, it has to be interesting more than ever before. Topics on COVID, topics on artificial intelligence, topics on machine learning are now the order of the day, cybersecurity, and the rest of it. So it is more than what we used to do when people write on motivation, when people write on organizational behavior and the rest of it. It's not as if those topics are no more in vogue, okay? But if people are writing on motivation, people are writing on organizational behavior these days, you have to now link it up with new areas of artificial intelligence. You have to now link it up with new areas of machine learning, okay, cybersecurity, COVID, and the rest of it. So it's so much more engaging. It's so much more interesting the way research is turning into. And as a result, researchers of these days need to have this at the back of their mind that after COVID or post-COVID, it's going to be rude. And that we've already explained, rapidly changing, uncertainty, dynamics, and of course, engaging. So researchers of this day must have that at the back of their mind, and they need to follow this and follow it to the latter. Once again, thank you so much for this opportunity. This is my thank you note. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Dr. Michael Olenga. And let's move to the final presentation by Professor Perfecto Acuna.
Good afternoon, each and everyone. To each and everyone. I'm Dr. Perfecto Aquino Jr. from Duy Tan University of Vietnam. I am a researcher and a senior lecturer in said university. I am very glad to have been invited by Dr. Nalin, the chief organizer for the Open University of Sri Lanka, on its very first international conference in business management. With their department, the Institute of Management, who is the main and the busiest host for this very momentous event. My topic for this afternoon is COVID-19 and beyond and its research agenda. Okay. COVID-19, which believed to have emerged from December 2019 in Wuhan, China, has posed the greatest challenge to mankind. After 75 years of the Second World War, since the Second World War, okay, it took us 75 years to have this kind of pandemic crisis. Indeed, it has caused economic disruptions in multifarious ways, or in many ways, in total, it has changed human behavior. It has even caused mental health illnesses, not only to children, but many people who were locked down, many people who have lost their jobs, right? Unexpectedly. And this has exacerbated fear and anxiety, induced aversion to places of work and public gatherings. And these are but a major cause of economic slump, in every country and in all countries of the world, whether you belong to an affluent or a highly developed economy. Most especially, the devastation was really very, very, the debt is great, right? For those countries stricken by pandemic crisis, right? For those countries which are considered to be very poor and the less developing countries. There were various literature, right, that were which were duly documented, the negative impact of the different pandemics on family, organizations, and even research and innovation practices have been stifled or hampered despite of the mitigating measures to combat the ill effects of COVID-19, right? Of this very, very unseen enemy of the world, which we call coronavirus. COVID-19 and beyond, okay, ushered researchers, not only teachers, right? You see, if you are working in a university setup or higher education institution, like in Vietnam and in the Philippines, where I am moving around, okay? I am from the Philippines, but I am working in Vietnam, okay? So in the Philippines and Vietnam, similar to the rest of the world, okay? COVID-19 has brought unprecedented disruptions to higher educations with rapid transition to mass online teaching. And right, many lecturers and professors were really complaining about the multifarious tasks that were demanded for and to them by the university administrators. I have encountered a lot of, not really bad experiences, but the delay of submission of many of the book chapter contributors in my recent book with IGI Global Publishing, USA, entitled Navigating the New Normal of Business with Enhanced Human Resources Management Strategies. It took me more than 1 year, right, to collect the contributions of our experts, book chapter experts from various countries all over the world. And it took me quite a long time to wait for them. And I had really patience in waiting. And the main reason given was it's because doing online, the teachers all over the world, right, were all affected by the pandemic, right, have to intensify their have to intensify their teaching strategies, have to do an experimentation of so many methods or new strategies, right, in online teaching for them to deliver effective, efficiently quality instruction to their students. Not only that, right? The impact of pandemic crisis left us no option but to stay online due to lockdown rules and regulations of the cities, right? Just as to avoid, the surging and the spread of the unseen enemy, the coronavirus. So many of our researchers and the book chapter contributors were of the same, not really complaints, but reason why they delayed the submission to us, being chief editor of that book chapter with IGI Global, mainly because of that the university administrators, their department heads require them to submit so many sets of test papers, so many pop quizzes, okay? And there are lots of training being undertaken, right? Right, every now and then. And this has really affected, right, the research undertakings of many professors in the university, being, being so engrossed and occupied by online teaching, right? This is the only option for the Department of Business Administration or Institute of Business and Management in our university, right? After all, right, the pandemic crisis will be prolonged, and it will not put to an end if we will not secure our health and the health of our students. But come to think, right, it was during this pandemic crisis that it affected, right, it decreased, it has caused a decrease, a significant decrease as to the number of, research outputs of most of our professors. But I'm very happy, right, to note that of all the subject or learning areas in the university, business management and marketing papers are still at the highest level, right, which counted for 30% or 31%, followed by finance and accountancy papers, which is around 20%. And the other learning areas like agriculture, only 2%, psychology, 3%, okay? And other sciences, they are given a positive, very slow number of scores as to the number of papers that were published, research papers that were published during the COVID. Okay. So what are the countries that have remained, right, remain active despite of the coronavirus? Okay. Well, of course, still number one, we have USA. Ranked number two, writers and researchers from United Kingdom. Third went to the third rank went to China, and the fourth rank went to Canada, right? And Canada has outseated India, being the fourth. But now India is already ranked number 5. Okay. So these are the many problems that were encountered, right, by the researchers. And now, right, my prediction for in the aftermath of COVID, right, we are positive that it will double or triple, right? Or it will multiply, right? Very well the number of paper publications, most especially business management, accountancy, international finance, and other areas. I am very thankful, right, to be part of this very significant academic activity or event sponsored by the Open University of Sri Lanka via the Faculty of Management Studies under the helm of the President, the Honorable President of this university, right? And Dr. Nadine, who happened to be my co-researcher, right, in one or two of my books. Thank you so much, and all the best. All the best for your university. Goodbye.
Thank you, Professor Perfecto Aquino. With that, we have come to the end of the invited session by international participants defining research in post-COVID era. We would like to invite all of you to the virtual awarding ceremony at 6:30 p.m. Thank you all for your participation.